We're live once again. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Holy Humanist. It's been a while, actually, since I've done a live stream like this. In fact, any kind of interview like this. But today, I'm very, very excited for this conversation. I think this is going to be one of a kind. I think it's going to be quite a banger, no pun intended. But yeah, basically, just to give you all some context about a very special guest that we have on today. So obviously, just, through the process of this channel operating and stuff, we get, messages on Twitter, on Instagram, and often like through our emails directly. So I'm sure as you guys have seen on Sunday Scoop, sometimes Horace and I used to share stories that, people have emailed us and they've talked to us about their story, leaving Islam or having doubts. But this story really, really, really struck me because it's not often that you come across somebody who was completely in the folds of extremist Islam, like the most kind of hardcore literal interpretation, and then they delve further and further into it to the point where they're happy to now openly say they have nothing to do with that religion, and they consider themselves other things besides being a Muslim. So we've got X with us here today, and he's very, very kindly agreed to take the step to share his story. So before we bring him on, without further ado, I would just ask everybody to please, as usual, be respectful in the comments. We've got our mods in the house anyway doing their thing. But yeah, if you guys could all, I implore you to please just be polite, be respectful, ask questions, if you please. You can send, we're kind of going to open it up to Q&A towards the end, but yeah, feel free to ask questions. But as I said, please be respectful, and yeah, just keep it civil. Otherwise, we will have to time you out. And if there are certain questions that are inappropriate, obviously we won't be answering them. But anyway, without further ado, I would like to bring on our special guest for the evening, X. So X, welcome to Holy Humanist.
Good evening, Nuriyah. How are you?
Very, very well, thank you. Better now that I'm talking to you. I've been waiting for this conversation for days now. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. I've been very excited, like a kid at Christmas, or should I say at Eid?
I was just going to say, Eid, yeah. No, but I'm so grateful. I cannot tell you that just for showing up. I was a bit worried, even, because I know when I told my story first, it was, the kind of anticipation as the day gets closer and you're like, am I really doing the right thing? Should I be telling the world what I've been through? Should I tell the world what I've experienced? And then lo and behold, you do it and it gets easier and easier. But honestly, thank you. Mad respect for you being here today. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No problem at all. So X, we have a lot to delve into today. Obviously, we're both British as well, so we've got a lot of things to shine the light on from the Islamic context. But first of all, I just want everybody here, all my viewers, to kind of get to know you, get to know your journey, your story. So I guess we'd take it right from the top. And yeah, if you could kind of just give us some context as to, kind of who you are, how you grew up, and then basically how you eventually got introduced to Islam.
Okay. Well, I was born in the south of England. I was born to a single mother, an absent father for most of my life. And my mum, because she had me quite young, she was actually kind of targeted by Pentecostal Christians. When she was quite young, she was living alone, no family, single parent. And I feel like church offered her a lot of community. So I was brought up from a very young age in a Pentecostal Christian church. So it was all singing, praising, dancing, hallelujah, speaking in tongues, baptisms, church on Sundays, prayer group on Wednesdays. It was full on, Bible stories before bed. But my mum was never she was never aggressive with it. It was always there, but she was never aggressive with it. And I still had lots of fun as a child. I wasn't one of these children who was just totally entrenched in religion and church. But yeah, so that was sort of my introduction to religion at a very young age. And from I was a child, I always had a very strong belief in God. And as I got to probably about the age of 10, I really started to question Christianity, whether it was true, whether God really heard our prayers. Um, and the whole thing about Jesus and Jesus dying and rising from the dead, and all the sort of miracles of the Bible, all the miracles of the Bible always troubled me. I always found them to be quite unbelievable and a bit ludicrous and ridiculous. But I think having that upbringing from such a young age, I just clutched to them and just held on to them. And then, as I got to about 10 years old, as I said to my mum, I don't want to go to church anymore. And she never forced me, but she would always encourage me. And as I got sort of earlier into my, probably about 11, 12, 13, I started going to a Christian youth group, which was basically like a youth club. And at the end of it, they have like a little 20-minute, 30-minute sermon talking to you about Christianity, talking to you about God and Jesus. And strangely enough, at one of those events, I always remember there was a minister there. He was a youth minister. And he actually said to me, he said, "Oh, Allah loves you. Allah loves you." And I was so confused. And I was like, Allah? I was like, I didn't. But I came to know that there's a Bible called the Schofield Bible, where wherever they put God, they changed the name in the Schofield Bible to Allah. So from that, I obviously deduced that he must have just been reading that Bible. He obviously wasn't a Muslim.
Yeah, because sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, because the word Allah basically just means God. And so even I think in Egypt, like the Coptic Christians, when they read the Bible in Arabic, that theirs also says Allah for the
Allah,
Lord.
yeah. Yes, for the Lord. Yeah. So he said that, and I remember, and that probably was kind of the first thing. And then the school that I went to was very multicultural. So we had people of Afro-Caribbean descent, African descent, Indian, Pakistani, Greek, British, white British descent. It was very multicultural and multi-religious. And so I always sort of had a good awareness of religion. And a member of my family who was actually somebody who studied religion up to a PhD level and was a lecturer in religion. So that really perked my interest with regards to religion, and I always found religion very interesting. And then as I'd sort of got to probably about the age of about 13, 14, I started mixing with more young Muslims, predominantly South Asian young Muslims, people of Indian, Pakistani, and Bengali descent. And I remember asking them questions about their religion, and they couldn't really give me clear answers. I remember I asked a family member, "Who do Muslims worship?" And they told me that Muslims worship demons. Yeah, so it was really
Straight up demon worshippers.
Yeah, they worship demons. And so, I knew that that wasn't true. And then I lived very close to a mosque for a little while. And it was literally like probably about 2 minutes away from my house. So I would always see all the young boys and girls going to the mosque, for the madrasa, and to do their hifz of the Quran and stuff. So, I kind of had a bit of an affinity to them because they were in my area. And I remember one time some racist people came and put sausages in the trainers. And
Oh my God.
yeah, they put sausages in the trainers of all the shoes of all the people, that all the shoe racks were filled with sausages basically inside their shoes. And it really, really just angered me. And, when people would be racist towards, especially towards people of South Asian descent, we don't need to repeat the word, but the word that was used, I took great offense to people saying that. And I really stood up for a lot of my Asian friends when those kind of words were thrown around. And I guess from a young age, having that affinity with Asian people, not necessarily Muslims, because I had friends who were Muslim, who were Sikh, who were Hindu, but just Asians in general. I guess I sort of was looking out for the little guy in that sense. I didn't want to see people being mistreated for what I saw was for no right reason. And then when I got to about 14, I was in an RE lesson, and for whatever reason, I picked up the Quran, and I read the Quran, and I had, a good read of it, quite a good read of it for most of the lesson. And then later on, sometime later, I actually asked a family member what would they do if I said I wanted to become a Muslim. Now, I had no intention of becoming a Muslim at 14, but I just sort of threw it out there. I just wanted to see what would happen if I'd said that. And they said to me, they were evangelical, sort of Pentecostal Baptist Christians, and they were like, you'd have to leave our house. And I was kind of confused, like, what? No, that wasn't my mother, it was somebody else. And I was
sorry, just to, like, when you said that back home, did they already have their preconceived notions of Muslims anyway?
Yes, well, that was post 9/11. So 9/11 had happened. And I should know, I remember when I was probably coming to somewhere around year 8 in school. And the Twin Towers had been attacked, and people had been killed. And one of my friend's relatives had actually died in the Twin Tower attacks. So he had relatives in America, in New York, and one of them had died in the attack. So I'd got onto the school bus one day, and there was a young Pakistani guy there wearing a red shimar, so the red kind of PLO scarf, the sort of Palestinian one, but the red one around his face. And I sort of said to him, who do you think you are, like Osama bin Laden or something like that? And we got into quite yeah. It's quite, I know, this is a very surreal story, I know, and then look how far I went that way. So I said that to him. We got into quite a heated argument about that. And then I was sort of saying to him that when Osama bin Laden is captured, he should be lined up by every single person who had a family member or something, or who was harmed by those attacks. And they should all get the opportunity to beat him in some way with their fists or their feet or whatever. And then this guy was basically shouting and saying that Osama bin Laden is my hero. This guy was probably about 16 at the time, and I was probably about 13. So we ended up getting into a little fight and a scuffle, and it didn't end too well for him, to say the least. I was quite a big 13-year-old. And then he proceeded to bring about 20 or 30 of his friends onto the school bus the next day to try and rush me, basically, and attack me. But they didn't succeed. And then I had a long-standing feud with many South Asian Muslims for a number of years after that, based off of that whole event. And then around about the age of 15, I had a friend who, he's from the Maldives, basically. And he was brought up in a Muslim family, but he was clearly an atheist and didn't care about religion in the slightest.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he really didn't care. And he was like, you really believe all that stuff? And I think the main thing for him was going to the mosque and getting beaten and hit by the ustad and, mistreated. It just really pushed him away from the religion. And his dad was, was quite a heavy drinker and a degenerate gambler. So I think for him, religion was just irrelevant. And his sisters, they had like white boyfriends and things like this. So I was probably about 15, and we were actually smoking a spliff one time. We were sitting there smoking a spliff. It was Eid day. It was Eid day. I remember it was Eid day, and we were smoking a spliff.
It was Weed Mubarak, not Eid
It
Mubarak,
was,
yeah?
it was Weed Mubarak. Yes, it was. Gosh, man, I should have certainly smoked a spliff this Eid just gone, man. I could have done with one.
For real. You know what? It's still 3 days of Eid. You got time after this.
Oh gosh, no. I think I'll leave it. If there's a few good things about Islam that we can talk about later, it's certainly it cleaned up my act with regards to substances and alcohol and being a bit of a womanizer. So I can credit Islam with that.
I can agree with two of those things. I feel like it could potentially enhance your womanizing, but we'll get into
Oh
that.
yes, sorry, and yes, I'm sitting in front of Nuriyah. She's yes, I've got to be very careful what I say, man. I saw how things went. I saw how things went with you and Harris, so I was quite disappointed, man. But I'm glad to see you back together now.
Yeah. You've got to give people a second chance. You know, if you keep
Yes,
them
yeah,
back.
I'm very glad to see that.
Oh,
So
thank
yeah, so we were smoking a spliff, and I just said to him, I said, you know, when I get older, if there's one religion I'd be a Muslim, you know. And he was like, why? Like, what are you talking about? You don't want to be a Muslim. And we ended up having this whole discussion about it. And I just thought, I'll leave it. There's no point. And then fast forward probably about 2 years, and I was going into my second year of college. And I ended up having a conversation with two guys that I'd gone to secondary and primary school with. And they were Muslims. And we were actually talking about sort of 9/11 and I think 7/7 had just happened then as well.
Oh,
Um,
shit.
and it was very bad. And I sort of said to them, at that point, I was sort of kind of sympathizing in some ways with the jihadists without even realizing it. I was like, look, if people are pushed into a corner and they're prodded with a stick for long enough, they will bite you, and that's kind of how I try to rationalize things like 9/11 and things. And I would say, well, the Americans did Hiroshima, and the Americans bombed this and did that and attacked Afghanistan and, invaded Iraq without any evidence. And
You're
I'd
starting to
become...
sound like a true Muslim ex. You're on your way. I can feel it. But just real quick, do you think you're rationalizing it in this way now, as in like, oh, obviously they're going to retaliate if you, as you said, like push them and push them and push them. But do you think you're thinking these ways because of the company you're surrounded with and the bonds that you've created now?
No, not at all. I'd become quite a staunch sort of anti-government kind of leftist, but not, I wouldn't say like a liberal leftist, but I was probably more on the sort of anarchistic left. And I was kind of like, we got to like resist the system, and we kind of need to...
Yeah, all that.
Yeah, F the police, literally, yeah. So I was very anti-police, extremely anti-police. I really hated the police. I hated the government, the whole establishment. I mean, I'd also delved a lot into kinds of like the Illuminati and Freemasonry and all of that. So I had a lot of sentiments that would be very appealing to somebody trying to convert you to Islam, and definitely towards Salafi Jihadi Islam, So we had these conversations and whatnot, and then probably what happened after that, what transpired after that, is I went through a horrible experience with a young lady, very bad breakup, very turbulent relationship, and it turned out that she had a lot of mental health issues, which I wasn't aware of, and it put a massive strain on my mental health and my whole well-being, and so I just started indulging in drinking and smoking a lot, and also some other substances, and then...
Sorry to hear that, X.
Oh yeah, it's this is the way things go. Life has its ups and downs, and that was one of the downs. And then that all happened with her, and then I sort of went on a bit of a I had a hot boy summer. Let's put it that way. I had a hot boy summer, and I remember one day just sort of sitting at my windowsill, and just looking out and just thinking, there's got to be more to life than smoking, drinking, and meeting young women and doing my thing. And I felt quite unhappy. And then my auntie, being a Christian, she gave me some Christian pamphlets and stuff. And I remember I sort of read a few of them, and I just thought, this is absolute nonsense. Like, I don't believe this. And then not so long after that, a very significant member of my family died. Well, they died, and it wasn't the most natural of causes. Let's put it that way. So that death really, really hit me hard because of how close I was to that person. So with that death,
that's going to be mega rough as well.
And what the reason why I mention these things, like this turbulent relationship with this female and then the death, is because now that I've studied radicalization and a sort of trajectory into extremism, what you'll find is a lot of the time is you have these push and pull factors. So sometimes a push factor could be a death of somebody in your family, and then a pull factor could be that you are short of money, and you might meet a really nice Muslim person, for example, who offers you a job and says, I've got a job for you, bro. And then they will turn around to you and say, look, see, when you were in need, Allah helped you. Even though you're not a Muslim, Allah turned to you and helped you, and He is Ar-Raziq, and He gives you, sustenance. So, this person died in my family, and then I met another girl and got into a relationship with her, and there was no issues in our relationship, but I think I just kind of got bored of it, and to fill that boredom, religion was one of the things that kind of just came at the right time, to fill that boredom, because I was just kind of tired of the relationship. It wasn't really going anywhere, and I could tell I wasn't probably going to be with her for much longer. And then I met somebody, actually on public transport. I met somebody by sheer chance, and we started talking, and got to know each other over this little journey on public transport. And then later that day, I ended up bumping into the same person. So when that happened, I almost thought it was like a sign or something that I'd met this same person again. And then they started talking to me a lot, about a lot of black civil rights people, notably Malcolm X as well, and Muhammad Ali, and being somebody who paid a lot of attention to the civil rights movement, I was really warming to characters like Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X, and I remember reading a pamphlet shortly after this meeting this person about Malcolm X, and it was a pamphlet about him and how he'd become a Muslim and whatnot. And I guess that was also another one of those pull factors, is that a previous exposure to a significant Muslim personality like Malcolm X. And then I struck up a friendship with the person who I met. And it was a short friendship, probably a few months. And in those few months, we became very close friends, and got to know each other very well. And they made it quite clear that they were Muslim, and this is the religion they follow, and this is their way of life. And, I was kind of encouraged to partake in some of the activities. So things like praying, things like praying. I went to a Friday prayer, Jummah. Also, I was encouraged to read the Quran in English, and things of that nature. And then I ended up reading the Quran one night, and there is a verse. It's in I think Surah Al-Imran. I think it's 126. I might be wrong, but it says, "This is the truth from your Lord, so be not of those who are doubtful." And I remember reading that page, and it was like Allah was speaking to me, and telling me that you found the truth now, and you need to follow it. So a few weeks passed, and I was still maintaining this friendship. And then the question was put to me, do you want to become a Muslim? It was quite a quite random time, literally just strolling down the street. And the question was put to me, do you want to become a Muslim? And if I could go back, I would, and I would say no. But this is this is how life is. And I said yes, I want to become a Muslim. I mean, after 3 months of knowing this religion, which isn't very long, and I became a Muslim there and then on the spot. And then
you took the Shahada on the spot there, and yes, then like literally.
Yeah, literally on the spot. I took the Shahada on the spot there, like in the middle of the street.
Wow.
Yeah. And then I sort of maintained the friendship with this person for probably about another year. And then I would see him intermittently, because we ended up living in different places quite far apart. So I would see him intermittently, but we would speak on the phone and stuff like that. And he was there for me a few times when things got a bit tough for me in my life. He was there for me. And then he invited me to my first Eid. So my first Ramadan, I didn't fast at all, because I didn't really know enough about the religion and I didn't have the support. So he invited me to Eid. So I went and stayed with him in Eid, and I went with his family, and they were very welcoming to me. And I had a lovely time, spending Eid with him.
Were you like, yes, this is it, I found my core, this was the religion for me all along?
Yes, I genuinely thought I had found the true Christianity. That's what my heart was saying to me, is that this is the real Christianity, and what they've been teaching us in the church is nonsense. And I always kind of found great issue with with the Trinity and all this stuff. And there was actually a book that was given to me called A Closer Look at Christianity, and it's by a Christian convert to Islam. And she went to like Bible school and seminary and all this sort of stuff. So I read that book, and that really convinced me. And then I read all of the Ahmed Didat. You know Ahmed Didat?
Yeah.
So I read all of the Ahmed Didat stuff. I listened to all of his lectures and his videos. And Ahmed Didat, obviously, his way of apologetics is to sort of attack Christianity. And much of his apologetics are true. He points out a lot of problems in Christianity. So I'm grateful that I will never be a Christian at all. There's no way. I'm not one of those ex-Muslims who's going to jump from Islam back to Christianity. And I'm not holding that against them, but I just think it's a bit disingenuous when you point out these flaws in Islam, but then you find no issue with the same things being present in Christianity.
Exactly. And I love that you said that. And X, just to kind of also reiterate how much Islam could have fit into, it's like the perfect puzzle that fits the piece, because technically the claim that Islam makes for itself anyway is that it is the correction of where Judaism and Christianity have gone wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess even in that sense, you're kind of like, yes, this is the finality of the Abrahamic faiths, and this is the right message that was meant to come out. Did you have those thoughts?
Yes, definitely, because I'd been indoctrinated from childhood to believe that Christianity was the truth, and then Islam came along and said, well, Christianity is true, but it's been adulterated, so we're here to clean it all up. And here it is. And on a surface level, I mean, the theology of Islam is quite believable. There's one God. There's no intermediaries. There are prophets and messengers of God. There is, rules and regulations, halal wal haram.
But then the earth is also carried on the back of a whale or a fish or something, so it does fall apart.
Of course, but I mean, that's more of the mythology of it. That's more the mythology of it, which I wasn't aware of. I mean, the earth being carried on the back of a whale. When I saw that on Wiki Islam, I literally, my eyes nearly popped out of my head. I was like, what? And then I looked up the tafsir of it by Ibn Abbas and Al-Waqidi, and they all agree, even Ibn Kathir, and they all agreed that the earth was once carried on the back of a whale. And I was like, this sounds like something out of like Viking mythology.
For real.
Literally, or like, you know, like some like
Finding Nemo or something.
yes,
Shark
yeah,
Tale.
like some Atlantis or something like that. So yeah, so I as I said, I took my shahada. I began
Excellent.
to,
Can we pause there? Sorry, just that's, I think that's a great place to pause just for a second, because you've taken your shahada and now shit's gonna get real, right? Very, very
yes,
real.
very real, yeah.
So just because I am mindful, I know people have sent super chats, and as the chat goes on, I don't want to lose them into the abyss. So
Okay.
can I just address 3 super chats quickly and then we continue?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Stop Skying Man. It's been a while since we've been live and you've been here. So thank you so much for your support as always. And X, feel free to comment on this as well, yeah? But basically, Stop Skying
Yes.
Man, I think it's more of a comment than a question. But he says, the New Testament word for hell is Gehenna, Jahannam in Arabic. This was a place in Judea, and genetically modified skeptic visited it in the video, I traveled to Jerusalem to face my fear of hell. That's awesome. I did not know genetically modified skeptic had been there. I know Derek and Gnostic Informant have gone there recently. And yeah, Gehenna literally carries over into the Arabic as Jahannam. But more recently, I think it was Derek again from Myth Vision. It was one of the interviews he did, I think, that somebody, was it Religion for Breakfast? That's a great YouTube channel, by the way, if you don't follow Religion for Breakfast. He does short clips on basically everything to do with comparative religion, but really in depth. According to him, apparently Gehenna didn't even really exist by the time that, this is his theory, but according to when Jesus was supposedly, Jesus of Nazareth or whoever that real figure was, Gehenna was already more of a mythical place. It used to be at one point in time where they would do human sacrifices, animal sacrifices, and throw the like bodies of people that had died. So it was this like eternally burning pit of like, the stench was horrible. It had dead carcasses. It was just, basically a real place that metamorphosized into what we see as the Arabic or the Islamic hell. But yeah, did you want to comment on the X?
Yes, definitely. With regards to the Jahannam, Gehenna, Gehinnum, when I was going through my process of deconversion, which we'll touch on later, I came across some ex-Christians, and one of the things that he mentioned in one of his videos, because the way that I sort of deconverted is I kind of went through Christianity first before I touched on Islam, which is a bit strange. But one of the guys was talking about Gehenna and Gehinnum in Hebrew and Jahannam in Arabic. And he was basically explaining that it was an actual literal place. And the moment I saw that and I read that and then I looked it up myself, it was like a mic drop moment. Like, oh my gosh, hell is not a real place.
It's and here then
and then I was like, oh, well, maybe I can look at this in like a metaphorical way, and I can say that hell is what we experience on earth, and that is what hell will be. And when we die, it will be like having a really bad DMT trip. I don't know if you know what DMT is.
Yeah, the God particle, actually, funnily enough.
Yes, and I and I thought that maybe it would be like a really bad DMT trip, and what will happen is you will have a really bad experience as you die, and then 8 minutes later, all the lights will just turn off, because that's usually around about the time when the body just deceases. And I thought, so hell is only going to be for about 8 minutes, but it's going to feel like eternity, but it's not actually a real place. And I was trying to rationalize the whole thing of Jahannam and Gehinnum, and it was a very scary moment when I realized hell wasn't real.
Wow. I mean, it's like theoretically, it should be the opposite. You should be kind of feeling a sense of relief, if you will, right? That, wow, hell is not real. This is just a place on earth. And maybe the Garden of Eden, people have gone looking for that on earth as well, you know?
Yes.
But no, that's really interesting that there was a mic drop moment for you. I think Stops Going Around has a follow-up to that as well, which we'll just come to and then we'll continue. Now Devoted, thank you for your support. Now Devoted is saying you're doing a great job, Nunu. Okay, no,
Nunu.
there's only one or two people that call me Nunu. So if you are who I think you are, thank you very, very much.
Nunu.
That's so funny. And then Stop Scamming Man again. Thank you so much for your super chat. He's saying the Old Testament says nothing of hell. The Quran fills Old Testament stories with mentions of it. It also has Abraham encountering Satan. In the Old Testament, there's no talk of Eden's snake being Satan. I've heard that there is no concept of hell in the Old Testament.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't know. You probably know more than me coming from that background. Do you want to comment on that? Or
Yeah. I mean, in the Old Testament, there is no, because the Jews at that time, you know, they didn't believe in a literal Gehenna. Sorry, they didn't believe in a actual spiritual Gehenna. They believed in literal Gehenna, and it was a place where they would discard of bodies and carcasses and whatnot. And they would say that the bad people in this life, their bodies would be disposed of in Gehenna. So if you lived as a good Jewish man or woman and you followed all the edicts of Judaism, you would have the proper burial rites. And if not, you would be discarded in Gehenna and you would suffer a hellish end. So yeah, Stops is right there. I like to, sometimes I listen to Stops and the guys over on, I think it's the Gin and Tonic show.
oh, right, okay.
Yeah. So sometimes I listen to them over there. Their episodes are quite long, so you have to be patient. But there are some real gems in there. Some real gems.
Oh, awesome. I will check them out as well. By the way, apologies, my smoke detector does need its batteries changing, so I really apologize for the beep.
It's okay. It's
You
okay.
guys continuously here. But yeah, also, X, it was interesting for me because when I saw every culture having a hell that's really kind of manifesting their darkest, deepest fears coming to light, that's when I realized, like, oh my gosh, like if you go to like Norse mythology, their hells are like frozen over. If you go to Indian mythology, their hell is like forestry and like tigers roaming. Everything is so localized to you know, its geographical confines. So that really helped me. But yeah, if you don't mind, sorry, now we've caught up with the super chats, I'm feeling a bit better. We can continue from, so you have basically just taken the Shahada.
Yes.
9/11's happened, 7/7's happened. What's going on with X now? What's going on with you?
So I'd obviously continued the friendship with the person who had helped me to, you know, embrace Islam. And it became quite apparent early on that he had a lot of anti-government sentiments and definitely anti-American. And he actually showed me a song. It's an old rap song, and it's called "Dirty Kuffar." I don't know if you've ever seen it.
No, sounds
So
hellish.
it's a jihadi rap song called "Dirty Kuffar," and it's actually done by he was an old school drum and bass MC who he was Muslim, but he was away from the religion, and then he came back to the religion, and he made this song under a pseudonym, calling himself Sheikh Terror. So he called himself Sheikh Terror, and
Blimey.
yeah, so he was called Sheikh Terror, and he showed me this song, and go and Google, go and watch it on YouTube. It's called Dirty Kuffar, and that was probably the first thing that really pushed me towards jihadi Islam, because I watched that song, I watched that music video and that song, and I really liked it. I liked the sound of it and whatnot. And you know, they were talking about George Bush and Tony Blair and I think Gordon Brown and these people, and you know, they're just basically saying these people are kuffar and the Mujahideen are going to fight them and win. And as I said, I already had, being that I paid a lot of attention to black civil rights, and I was definitely more on the side of Malcolm X by any means necessary than Martin Luther King, we shall overcome. I wasn't for the I wasn't for the singing and the dancing and
You're not for the
praying.
pacifist approach. Yeah.
No, not at all. I really wasn't. And again, those sentiments obviously really sort of pushed me that way. And then I ended up spending the Eid time with this person. And when I spent the Eid time with them, they showed me a DVD of a Saudi-born Chechen mujahid called Amir Khattab. And Amir Khattab, notably, was a very I would say he was probably the model mujahid. He wasn't a terrorist. He didn't believe in attacking civilians. He didn't. He wasn't for wanton blood and killing. He was a soldier, and he was a soldier of Allah. And I just idolized him, and I wanted to be like. Soon as I saw this DVD, I watched it. It was probably about 2 hours long. It was an illegal DVD. It was totally illegal. To have it in your possession was a terrorism offense. I later met a guy who was selling that DVD on a dawah stall, not realizing it was a terrorism offense, and he got sent to prison for 2 years for it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I watched that DVD, and I was just totally, in awe of Amir Khattab, and I really liked what he stood for, and I like the fact that because I was definitely against all this stuff of like killing civilians and all that sort of stuff. And Amir Khattab didn't endorse any of those things. His successors later did, but he didn't. And he helped the Chechen people to defeat the Russians in 2 wars. He also fought in Afghanistan, and he also fought in Bosnia. Now, seeing him in all of his military fatigues and everything like that, it really just made me think that is the best Muslim you could possibly be. You're going to earn Allah's pleasure. And then there was another DVD called In the Hearts of Green Birds. Now, in Islamic jihadi theology, when you're martyred for the sake of Allah, you will be in the heart of a green bird in Jannah, and you will be hanging in a lantern from the bottom of the throne of Allah. So you'll be in a lantern that hangs from the bottom of the throne of Allah, and your spirit will be in the heart of a green bird.
Wow.
And I genuinely believed that was what would happen for me when my blood was shed fi sabilillah. So I'd watched those DVDs, and then I kind of just went back to being not very practicing Muslim, because I didn't have the support network around me. And then, I carried on partying, raving, living my life, wasn't eating halal, dating all sorts of different women and not really caring, just living as normal people should do, but that's so haram, that's so evil and wicked.
Yeah.
And so it was round about 2009. So that all happened around about 2007, all the sort of DVD stuff and everything. And then around about 2009, I went to meet him again. I hadn't seen him in quite a while. And he said, look, come and do itikaf with me in the masjid. So I went and I stayed with him in the masjid, and we did itikaf. For the people that don't know what itikaf is, it's where you stay in the masjid for the last 10 days of Ramadan, and you read Quran and you do salah and you offer ibadah and you break and open all of your fasts in the masjid, and you don't leave the masjid for 10 days.
Yeah, you like hibernate there.
Yeah, you like hibernate. You're kind of like a monk in seclusion. Yeah. And you're not even like really meant to talk too much in the mosque, so don't really talk to other people in the mosque and stuff. You need to really seclude yourself. They call it khalwa lillah. That is, it's like seclusion with Allah. Khalwa lillah. So it's like seclusion with Allah. So I did that, and during that little period of time, I was praying one of the days in the masjid, and I kept having visions of some of my sexual conquests during the salah. And I Yeah,
Hey,
I
the
know.
shaitan is on to
I
you.
know the shaitan was really there. And so I went to this brother and I told him, I was like, bro, when I'm praying, I keep thinking about all these sexual things, and he was like, oh, that's a qarina. It's a jinni that comes to you when you're praying and it tries to distract you from praying. It's called a qarina. So he said, oh, we'll go to this sheikh, this Somali sheikh here in the masjid that we're in, and he'll do some ruqya on you. So they did some ruqya on me to try and get this jinni away from me. He said, oh, the jinni's not inside you, but it's next to you and it won't leave you alone. Like he can see the jinni, but I can't. Um, so yeah, they did the ruqya. I thought, I genuinely in my head, I thought this isn't going to work, because I remember seeing all of this speaking in tongues stuff at church and just thinking this is absolute nonsense. So he did the
Yeah,
ruqya thing.
sorry, just there, just to tell you like exactly what they said to you. This is the answers that they genuinely give. Like my uncle went through the same thing, and he was told from the imam or sheikh in the mosque that he's got two jinns. One is controlling his mind and one is controlling his heart, and they're fighting against each other. So I was like, what chance do you have then? Even as
Is your uncle an ex-Muslim then?
he's not, unfortunately. He's
I thought
small.
maybe the jinni in his mind was telling him to be ex-Muslim, and the jinni in his heart, the one in his heart was a Muslim one, and that one was telling him to stay Muslim.
I wish they battled it out and the ex-Muslim one won.
I know. We need to summon as many ex-Muslim jinnis as possible.
I know. But yeah, I know it's 100%. They give you these kind of that's the information you're meant to take away, and it's meant to help your life in some way. But yeah, sorry, I just wanted to show how ridiculous it is when they
No,
tell
that's
people
fine.
that they were kind of overpowered by some jinn. It's not like they have a
Yes.
positive takeaway. But yeah, continue.
No,
Sorry.
no, it's fine. So yeah, they did this ruqya on me, and then we left that masjid. I spent Eid with him again, so that was the second time I spent Eid with him. Um, and then he took me to an Islamic bookshop and said, "Oh, this guy does ruqya. Maybe he can help you also, because I don't think the Somali sheikh has managed to get the jinn away from you." And he told me that the guy in this bookshop was a veteran of the Bosnian Jihad. Um, he was actually Bosnian as well, and he said that he's a veteran of the Bosnian Jihad. And it was also around that time that this was just before the EDL, and I think the National Front were doing a march in the area where this Islamic bookshop was, and they were sort of marching against a mosque and saying no more mosques and all their bigoted bullshit, really. And again, I just thought, look, man, like everybody's against the Muslims, like, and here are these brave mujahids standing up for the truth and for the religion of Allah. And so, I spent this time with him, and then that was the last time that I saw him. And then a few months later, he messaged me and he said, "Oh, I left the UK. I'm in Ethiopia." And I said, "Oh, what about your wife?" And he said, "Oh, she's still in the UK, but I'll see her soon." I was like, "Oh, okay." And then it kind of just clicked in my head, and I thought, and he was saying, "Oh, I've been building wells and helping people and whatnot." And then it just clicked in my head, and I thought, Ethiopia, Somalia, and around that time, I knew that fighting had just begun in Somalia. You had something called the ICU, which was the Islamic Courts Union. And it was the predecessor of Al-Shabaab, which is
Right.
Al-Shabaab is the Al-Qaeda branch in Somalia. So Al-Shabaab were the military unit of the ICU. They eventually broke away from the ICU and became Somali's a major global terrorism outfit, and they began to make takfir on the ICU and said that the ICU are disbelievers and that they've made allegiances with the enemies of Allah and stuff like this. So it clicked in my head. He'd gone to Somalia because I knew he had a few friends who were also Somali. And it just clicked. I was like, he's gone to Somalia. I didn't tell anybody, but I was like, I'm pretty sure he's gone to Somalia. And then for a few years, for about another year, I was sort of flitting and flatting with Islam. So I started to pray, I started to pray, but I had a girlfriend at the time, so I didn't break up with her. I was still with her. Our relationship was very, very affected by my Islamism, and some of my extremist points of view. I was also trying to convert her to Islam. Gratefully, she didn't succumb to my tech.
You go, girl.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, she didn't succumb to the dawah tactics. Or should I say the dawaganda? That's it. Yeah.
The Dawaganda, that's more appropriate. Yeah.
Yes. So she didn't succumb to that. And then what happened was, I broke up with her, and I decided that I'm going to get married, and I'm not going to do any of this dating girl stuff, and I'm going to keep everything halal. So for a whole year, I pretty much kept everything halal. I think I slipped up a few times and met up with my ex-girlfriend and things transpired, but I wasn't partying anymore. I was never a big drinker anyway, so that didn't really bother me. But I wasn't partying anymore. I wasn't going to raves. No more drum and bass music, which, you know, I really liked.
Oh no! Don't remove that out of your life. At
I
least.
know. And then I just went full on Islamic mode, and I ended up moving into a shared accommodation with lots of other Muslim guys, mainly Arabs, and
Was
just
that
began.
planned? Was
It,
that?
it wasn't planned, no.
Oh,
But I was living in a shared accommodation before with some English dudes, and a few of them were like heavy drinkers. And I think being that I was trying to get closer to the deen, the alcohol being around the house, and sometimes they'd sniff a bit of cocaine and stuff like that. It was like, oh, I don't really want to be around this stuff. And then an offer came.
when you're over there and you're like, I'm not about that life.
Yeah, I'm not about that life, man. So I ended up moving to a new shared house, that a brother who I knew had said, "Oh, you know, my friend has a room at his place, and they're all Muslims there, so it might be a bit better for you." So I was like, "Okay, cool." So I went and moved with them, and I ended up living with them for, yeah, probably about a year, and then I moved to another house again with majority Arab guys in there. There was a couple Pakistani guys as well. Shared house, and just became very religious very quickly. And then during that time, I decided, like I said, I wanted to get married, and I started looking for means to get married. So I had a couple meetings with a couple girls, not their families, but just with them, but keeping it all halal. Starbucks across the table. Don't look them in the eye because you shouldn't make eye contact with them too much. And they had a little chaperone. They would have like their friend sitting on the table across from us.
I was just gonna ask, because it ain't halal until there's a chaperone. Mehram, mate.
Yeah,
Gotta have a mehram.
they weren't even mahrams. They were
just a friend,
just a
girlfriend.
friend. Yeah, literally just a female friend. Yeah. And then I kind of got blown back from one of those because I wasn't an Arab. So that hurt quite a lot.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that hurt quite a lot and probably brought about some anger in me. And then I had another one, which was another Arab girl, but she wasn't very religious. Strangely enough, when I first converted to Islam, I met this girl, and she wasn't very religious, and we started talking about Islam. But as much as she wasn't very religious, she used to pray and stuff like that. But she would wear like mini skirts, and you know, but she wouldn't drink alcohol. But she would wear mini skirts and whatever. And I remember saying to her, "Well, I'm having a few doubts about Islam," because one night, you know, I'd been out and it'd been a bit of a heavy night, and I was sitting there and I was kind of thinking to myself after this night out, what came first, the chicken or the egg? It's a very, very strange question, but it really got me thinking, like, what did come first? And then it just brought about all these questions in my head about religion and Islam and whatnot. And then I remember my friend saying to me that, listen, bro, this is all nonsense. Don't waste your life on it. You know, what happens if, you know, you live your life for all of this and then it turns out it was all nonsense? And I was like, well, at least I would have lived a good, clean, positive life. And he wasn't too pleased with that response, but he left me to it. So anyway, I got knocked back on these marriages, and it was quite it's quite disheartening. And then I ended up going onto some Muslim matrimony websites and trying my luck there. And again, not much luck. And then Facebook was my sort of last resort. And I was just sliding up in DMs on Facebook for a few months.
And sorry, why were you so keen to get married? Is it because completing your marriage is like half the deen, or was that kind of factoring in?
Yes, yeah, 100%. Marriage is a completion of half of your deen. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, as I used to say, the Prophet said, or should I say, Muhammad said.
Yes, boy.
I always call him Muhammad. I never call him the Prophet. You know, when people say the Prophet, I'm like, no, Muhammad said. So yes.
Nice. Sometimes I accidentally say the Prophet is still there.
Oh, don't say that. It really gripes me, man. it grinds my gears, man. It grinds my gears. So yeah. So the Muhammad said that tell the young men that if they cannot get married, that to protect themselves from fitna, from zina and fitna, and the best way to do that is to get married. And if they cannot do that, then to fast. So until I got married, I started to develop the habit of fasting Mondays and Thursdays as a means to repress my sexual desires.
Oh, mate.
Yes. So I would fast Mondays and Thursdays, which I actually really enjoyed because it would kind of give me this weird sort of little Ramadan vibe for 2 days of a week.
Yeah, true.
So I did that. And then Facebook was, eventually came through. And I met somebody on Facebook, and they weren't of Arab or Asian descent, and we had a few things in common. And after I think about 3 months of talking on Facebook, they sort of put the word to their family, and then a couple months later, we were married. Basically, I had a couple meetings, like coffee shop meetings with the mum there, and some of my and a member of my family was present, and then it sort of just progressed from there. And then there was a few meetings at the family home, and within probably, I would say within 5 or 6 months, we were married. That marriage, she was 4 years my junior. She wasn't a child bride. I want to know. I don't follow that sunnah, but she was 4 years my junior, and I think I was a bit too mature for her, and probably I had a lot more life experience than her, and the marriage didn't last very long, and problems arose in the marriage, and then that family, a member of that family actually was a failed suicide bomber. They had tried to carry out a suicide bombing.
Holy smokes. Okay.
Yeah. So they tried to carry out a suicide bombing in a Middle Eastern country, and had been killed by security forces after failing to detonate the bomb. So that was also a kind of, I guess, a sort of pull factor for me. It was kind of like, oh, okay. And I remember sort of I remember like seeing I went online and I sort of Googled it all, and I found out, I found a copy of his martyrdom video where he was talking, about why he's carrying out this attack and the reasons for doing it. And it really resonated with me. And I would sort of fantasize and think to myself, could I blow myself up? Could I? No, seriously, I'm not exaggerating. I would genuinely think, do I have the bollocks to do that? To blow myself up and carry out a suicide bombing against a legitimate target? I should know. I wouldn't have believed in doing that on a train or a bus or an airliner. It would have been under proper military conditions, although we understand now that is not in any way proper.
Yes,
because you have.
But essentially, you're saying is you wouldn't let any civilians get in the way. You'd go directly to the source is kind of what you were thinking.
Yes, yeah,
if that was to
something like that, yeah. And obviously you've got people like Bilal Phillips, who have also, in some of his writings and some of his speeches, has said that scholars have agreed that suicide bombings under certain conditions can be carried out, as long as it's a military target, as long as the loss of one Muslim life, there need to be more significant losses amongst the ranks of the enemy compared to one Muslim. So if one Muslim blows himself up, you need to kill probably 50 of the enemy, for example. It sounds crazy rationalizing these kind of things, but I did. Yeah, I really did. And there's other people like Sheikh Nasruddin al-Albani. I don't know if you know al-Albani. So if you go onto sunnah.com and you see a lot of these hadith.
Oh yeah, the hadith narrator.
Yes,
guy who collected the hadith. Yeah.
Nasruddin al-Albani. So he also believed that under certain conditions suicide bombings were allowed and whatnot. And like, for example, so in somewhere like Israel, so I saw no issue with carrying out suicide bombing. You could have done it in the middle of a nightclub, on a bus, on a train, in the middle of Israel, because I believed that all of the Jewish people in Israel were occupiers. So anybody who is an occupying force in a Muslim land, by default, is a legitimate military target. And that is what Islamic doctrine teaches. So when suicide bombings would happen, when Hamas would blow people up in supermarkets and whatever, I was like, mashallah, bismillah, there was no issue. But then things like 7/7 would happen, and I would be like, no, you can't do that, because these people have amana with the Muslim community here in the United Kingdom. So because there's verses in the Quran where Allah says, fight those who fight you and do not transgress the limits, and do not fight those who have not expelled you from your homes, and because Allah does not like the unjust. So I found many ways to refute this whole thing of carrying out suicide bombings and stuff like this in the UK. And then that family, they were also members of Hizb ut-Tahrir, which is a pro-caliphate. It's a pro-caliphate organization that's banned in many Muslim and Middle Eastern countries. And they advocate for a coup d'etat in Muslim countries, so for people to overthrow their governments using the military. They're separate to the Muslim Brotherhood, who use the ballot box, but these guys, they use more of military coup d'etat to get the leadership out of office. So they were quite staunch on that. But I also found issues with their methodology, with their also with their aqidah, their manhaj and their aqidah, and I was definitely going more towards a Salafi inclination. So then around that time, I bumped into Anjem Chaudhry and his brilliant band of friends.
X, I just need to stop you there. We've got a couple of people from the UK actually in the chat, and we had some more super chats rolling, so I couldn't keep it on the screen. But I think it's Shaquille had written, even before you got into this, got a feeling this guy was influenced by Anjem Chaudhry just from hearing you out at the beginning.
Well, I wasn't influenced by him initially, but he definitely played a role in my radicalization, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he has a big influence anyway in the UK. But yeah, I think also, just, we're going to touch on it at the end, but there is somebody else who's also left the faith. Lucas is in the chat, and he's also like very close to kind of what's happened here and how 7/7 affected his life. So he'd love to get in touch afterwards, but I can connect you to if you'd be happy to. But yeah, sorry, continue.
That'd be brilliant. That would be brilliant. Yeah. So I ended up bumping into those guys, and a number of years before, probably when I was maybe around about 15 or 16, I remember seeing a dawah stall that was being run by Al-Muhajiron, and they were talking about George Bush, and they had this sort of imagery of George Bush with like devil horns and whatever. So I had a slight sort of knowledge of who they were. But the guy who had helped me to revert to Islam, unfortunately, he had warned me against Al-Muhajirun, and he said that they are loudmouths, that their organization is full of spies, and that they will get you on the radar of the security services. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. But yes, I met those guys, and I liked some of their political sentiments against the government and whatnot. And I started going to a few circles, and being around them and listening to their talks and their lectures. And then I started attending a few dawah stalls, and then they had these these whole day dawah events called roadshows, where they would go and visit a town like Bradford, for example. And there was a TV show called Make Bradford British. I think it was around about 2012. It was called Make Bradford British. And they took that and they spun it, and they went and did a roadshow in Bradford called Make Bradford Islamic. So yeah, and we ended up bumping into some EDL guys and whatnot, and I was ready to like go full blown jihadi mode in the middle of Bradford and start fighting the EDL until the death. And I just realized these guys are cowards. They're not ready for the fight. And I'd gone to some other events and whatnot, and it became very clear to me that we go to these circles, these study circles. I've still got all my study notes. I'll share them with you one day. I've still got all my study notes.
I'd love to see that before we eventually do a bonfire or something.
Oh yes. Well, what I did do, as soon as I made my decision to leave Islam, I discarded all of my Islamic clothes, all of my Islamic books, everything, but my notes. I didn't get rid of my notes. I kept all of my notes.
I got power is knowledge, baby. We can keep those, actually.
Yeah, no, they're really important. Yeah. So I went to all these study circles. I went to these bigger lectures that were public lectures that anybody could come to. And they're very small.
Why did you say, sorry, that you realized that they were too cowardly to be in it for the long haul and like be in it properly? What made you think that?
Well, they all had rather large, they were rather rotund, most of them. Which would lead me to believe that because I never, as an aspiring mujahid, I would go for runs, I would do push-ups and pull-ups and dips, and I was very fit. They were not, and I always kept myself in that shape. And I mean, I remember going on runs, listening to jihadi nasheeds, going on like a 10-kilometer run, listening to jihadi nasheeds, thinking I'm going to be in the training camps eventually, and I'm going to be with the brothers, and all this work that I've put in now, it's all going to pay off, because when I'm in the training camps, I'm going to be top of the class, and I will be one of the...
Have you seen Four Lions, the movie?
Yes, I have. Yeah. Hilarious.
All I can picture right now when you're describing that is like exactly what they feel like, the excitement, what was it? The rapid line, what was it? The rubber dinghy rapids, but the fast track to Jannah.
Rapids. Yeah, fast track to Jannah, yes.
And do you remember that like nasheed they're listening to on the way when they're kind of going via Pakistan to Afghanistan or whatever? And they're listening to those nasheeds in the car, like almost like war chants that like gas you up. Yeah.
Yeah, I stopped listening to music. I would only listen to nasheeds. I think I didn't listen to music for probably about 5 years. I didn't listen to music. Music was always a very big part of my life, but I cut that out. I would just listen to nasheeds and Quran. Bearing in mind, I'm listening to Arabic nasheeds that I don't even understand, but I would know most of the words. And I had like whole playlists of nasheeds, and then I was around these guys, and I was going to these lectures, and they were good people. I'm not like knocking that, but amongst them were a few guys who I knew were more serious, and I gravitated towards those guys, and struck up stronger bonds and friendships with them, and And then I came to the attention of Prevent. So when I came to the attention of Prevent
Oh,
tried, yeah, they tried to make interventions with me and speak to me. And obviously, Prevent is a voluntary thing, so there's no obligation to speak to them. So as I engaging with Prevent, I would literally just tell them to do one. I'm not interested. There's nothing to talk about. You do you, I'll do me. I was quite polite about it, but I just wouldn't engage with them. And then I ended up. We started to. So I don't know if you saw in London, there was something called the Muslim Patrol.
oh
In
yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
not in the country, but I heard.
So we actually started something like that probably about 6 to 9 months before Muslim Patrol. And that was being encouraged sort of undercover by people within the Al-Muhajiron organization. They wouldn't say it openly and publicly. And this is the thing I wanted to note, is that what it became clear to me, and they even said it to me themselves, is they said, look, we give you the ideology, you go out and do the work. That's literally it. You go out and do the work. So they're
Is
not going
that
to say,
essentially them like saying you're our foot soldier, we tell you what to do?
no, not at all. No, no. What they're
Okay.
saying is, we're going to give you the ideological foundations for um, this fight that we're up against the kuffar. And we need to make Izharuddin, the domination of Islam, and we need to bring back the Khilafah, and Dawah wal Jihad. And this is a funny thing with a lot of these Dawah boys, is they don't understand that Dawah also comes hand in hand with Jihad. So one of the principles of propagating the Deen is called Amr bin Maruf wa Nahi al Munkar, which is commanding the good and forbidding the evil. And part of that is Dawah wal Jihad. So Dawah isn't separate from Jihad. They are two things that come hand in hand. But your Ali Dawas and your Dawah mans and your Muhammad hijabs, they try to separate the two things.
No, for sure. I've actually done a stream with a really knowledgeable man. He's actually a Christian, but he's lived in the Middle East and delved heavily into Sharia. So he was actually explaining that what dawah means in terms of jihad, and like the whole propagandic element behind dawah, and the fact that you're able to fully tell fibs during dawah as long as it's for the propagation of
Taqiya.
Islam.
Yeah, you can make
Taqiya,
Taqiya.
exactly.
Yeah.
And to put a positive spin. But would you say it's kind of reasonable to say that dawah is like a low level soft form of when they can't do outright jihad?
Oh yeah, most definitely. That's as I said, that's what they would tell us is, look, we do the exact words from Anjem Chaudhry's mouth himself to me were, brother, we do the da'wah and the mujahideen do the jihad. And until we can reach the mujahideen, it is obligatory upon us to do the da'wah fi sabilillah. We cannot be quiet, and we must speak the truth in the face of the Taghut. So the Taghut, who are false idols, so it could be the British government, could be secularism, could be atheism, could be, you name it. Those are the Taghut or the Tawaghit. So he was quite clear in that, is that this is an obligation, and the brothers do the fighting and we do the talking. And I was kind of like, no, I'm not with all this talking shit, mate. I'm trying to get busy. And again, I had clashes with him. He outright basically said to me that things like 7/7 are perfectly legitimate in Islam, because those brothers had something called a covenant of security, or they call it amana. Which is it's like it's called ahad, so it's an agreement. And they said that those brothers, when they went and joined the Mujahideen, and they pledged allegiance to Osama bin Laden, in doing so, their ahad was now broken with the British state, and they now had no obligations to uphold any of those things, and the blood and the lives and the wealth of the disbelievers now became halal for them. And I started to believe that. So I started to believe it for a little while. It was always very hard for me to accept, but I said, okay, if this is, he intellectualized it enough. And it was him and one of his underlings. They both ended up getting sent to prison for a number of years, thankfully. And they were trying to justify, these sort of attacks like 7/7, stuff like that. And then I held on to those beliefs for a little while. I also began to justify 9/11 because 9/11, from what I remember, there was an FBI office in one of the towers. So being that there was an FBI office in one of the towers, there's a principle in Islam, in Jihad, called tatarrus. So tatarrus is where, let's say, for example, there was one soldier, enemy soldier, surrounded by 100 civilians, but this soldier was a very important soldier. Islamically speaking, it would be perfectly legitimate to aim at that soldier with the intent to kill him, and should the other people die, they are collateral damage. So I began to believe that the 3,000 victims of the 9/11 attacks was simply collateral damage for a few FBI officers who were working in the Twin Towers. Yes, I'm quite ashamed to say it. I genuinely am. But it's what I believed. Then I sort of started to disagree with the 7/7 thing quite a bit again. And I had a sort of another discussion with a few guys about it. And I mean, some guys were saying things simple as you could book a ticket to Spain if you wanted, and you could hijack the plane and down it and kill all the people, and there would be nothing wrong with that. That would be totally legitimate. Now I know what a lot of Muslims, modern Muslims, will say, you don't know what you're talking about, and this and those people are jihadis and whatnot. If you actually look at the jihadi text, and I'll name you some of the books, jihad according to the Quran and the Sunnah, the Kitab al-Jihad by Ibn Nuhaz. We are talking about defense of the Muslim lands. We are talking about the absent obligation, the army of Medina in Kashmir. All these jihadi books, which they don't necessarily say going down a plane, but they give an ideological basis for things like that to be carried out, and they use lots of the Islamic evidences. So they will say, oh, the companions catapulted a town when women and children were present in that town. They catapulted it with the intention of targeting the troops, and they didn't intend to kill those people. And they would say, for example, oh, if somebody downs a plane, the intention is not to kill the passengers, but the intention is to strike fear into the hearts of the disbelievers. And Allah also says in the Quran that to strike terror into the hearts of the disbelievers. On, I think, 2 occasions he says that. So you just Google it and you can see he says strike terror into the hearts of the disbelievers.
Yeah, he does. And Muhammad, even in the Hadith, says, I've been victorious through casting terror into the hearts of my enemies. So yeah, exactly.
So the whole terror thing was very it was pushed home a lot. So anyway, I'm sort of started to gravitate away from those guys. I kind of started to go a little bit more clandestine, because these guys would be walking around with Afghani hats on and military fatigues and waist jackets, like utility vest waist jackets, and imamas on their heads and shouting Allahu Akbar and Jihad fi sabilillah. And I realized that this is all hype, and nothing's really happening. And not just that, but you're just getting more exposed in front of the security services and the intelligence services and whatnot. So after coming under some scrutiny from Prevent, and also from I think they're called SO19, which is Special Branch, I'd come under a bit of scrutiny from them. I kind of started to go a little bit more clandestine, and I sort of tried to drop wearing too much of the Islamic clothes every day. I'd wear it on a Friday, but not every day. And I tried
So just to kind of paint this picture, you were actually there in the tobe and on Fridays and like wearing it above your ankle, by the book kind of stuff, yeah?
Yeah. Everything below the ankle is in the hellfire. Yeah. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I had my thobe, imama. I would wear the imama. I used to wear it like the Yemeni style. I always like to wear it like the Yemeni kind of, or the Khaliji, you know, like the UAE style, how they would wear it. So so I would rock that. But I would do that on an everyday basis. And I would wear like what's it called, a utility vest, and I would wear boots, and you know, I was really giving off that whole kind of like, I would wear Afghani kind of chitrali topis.
Mate, so if I saw you coming at me across the road, I would like leg it basically.
Yeah. I once saw a British soldier on public transport, and I looked proper Taliban that day, and then he saw me, and he looked at me and I looked at him, and then I went and sat on the table opposite him, and I looked at him and I says, "Are you in the army?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Where are you serving?" He said, "I'm just a chef." And I could tell he was quite scared. He was young, and I was probably about 23 at the time. He was probably about 18. And I said, "So do you intend to go into infantry?" And he said, No, I don't want to fight frontline." And then with the coldest look ever, I just looked over the table at him and I looked at him and I says, "Well, that's bloody good then." I said, "Because when you reach Afghanistan, if you ever go there, my brothers are going to behead you and they're going to send the video to your family members."
Holy crap, X, all he does is cook food for the troops. Poor guy.
But again, Nuriyah, but again, what you have to understand is there's also a hadith which mentions that even if a person gives a cup of water to the enemies of the Muslims during the battle, then if a Muslim gives water to the enemy, they're an apostate. And if a disbeliever gives the enemy even a cup of water, then they can be killed. I can't remember exactly where I read that, but I remember reading it many years ago. It may not be I think it's a hadith, but then there's an explanation by the scholars.
No, that makes sense, because there is always that concept of, like you said, collateral damage as well, but also anyone who's like, you know, in bed, quote unquote, with anyone that the Muslims see as the enemy is already kind of in their camp anyway. So when you look at like even bin Laden, when America was his focal point of hatred, it's essentially the whole Western world that he comes under that fold. Yeah, completely.
No, most definitely. So, you know, I kind of I said that to that young man, and he looked very scared. And I just said to him, "You got nothing to worry about with me." But I said, "Be very worried if you ever step foot in Afghanistan or Iraq or anything like that." And yes, he, I left him there and I went about my day. And then another occasion, I confronted a soldier and said something similar to the same effect. So it was escalating, and I certainly hated the army. I hated the police, and when Lee Rigby was killed, I fell down in prostration in my living room, and I praised Allah, and I applauded the men who killed Lee Rigby as mujahideen and as brave men. I also thought it was quite pointless to do it, because I thought, well, you've only got one of them. So, but then I also looked at the impact of striking terror into the hearts of the enemies of Islam. And I thought, you know what, sometimes these minor strikes can have a bigger effect than a major strike. And obviously the killing of Lee Rigby and the Woolwich attack was a major world event. They literally almost decapitated the British soldier on the streets of Britain. And I genuinely, I regrettably held these views and these opinions. It's so bad. I'm so embarrassed by it now. But I literally prostrated and thanked Allah for facilitating these guys' success in killing a British soldier. And I guess at times I thought to myself about whether that was possible, if that was something that could ever be possible. And then I remember after it happened, somebody sort of came to me and they kind of said, "Oh, did you see what happened?" I was like, "Yeah, yeah." And he was a Muslim guy, and he was like, he sort of joked about it, and he was like, "Oh, I could probably see you doing something like that." Yeah, seriously, no exaggeration. And saying that, I guess it kind of just set home to me that, you know what, I need to be a mujahid. So I, me and me and some of the guys who I'd got closer to from Al-Muhajirun, we began to talk and sit down privately, securely, making sure that we weren't be listened to or spoken, heard, overheard, or anything like that. And we started to talk about, you know, potentially trying to reach somewhere where we could fulfill our wonderful desires of jihad, you know. And then what happened was,
I'm just going to full screen you while you tell this bit. Yeah, just
okay,
yeah, go ahead.
no problem. So yeah, what happened was, we started to talk and discuss about potentially getting somewhere to fight for the sake of Allah. And at that time, I knew a Saudi guy who had just gone to Syria. This was late 2011, as Syria just started, and he'd gone to Syria and he was fighting against the Assad forces. But this is before jihad in Syria had really taken a foothold, and it was very early on, like very, very early on. And he was killed. And he was kind of applauded by people as a martyr. And he wasn't a terrorist. He didn't kill civilians or anything like that. He was literally standing up for the Muslims who were being targeted by the Assad forces. And he also had family members who were from Syria, because he was originally Syrian, but then grew up in Saudi Arabia. So I had a friendship with him. I'd also, at that time, I had started frequenting with these other guys a lot more. And we began to discuss means of getting to places. And Syria was somewhere very appealing. Now, there was no ISIS then, there was no Al-Qaeda in Syria at that time. There was one group in Syria called Kata'ib al-Muhajirin. And it was basically, it means the brigade of the Muhajirin, or the brigade of the immigrant, the migrants. So people, you know, were slowly kind of trickling over there. And there was a few Channel 4 reports about jihadis there who were, it was a bit of a fractured movement. There was no real one group. And I just decided that, you know, that was a place for me. There was no life for me in the United Kingdom. There was nothing left here for me. And the best way to please Allah was to fight in his cause. As Muhammad had said, that whoever seeks the pleasure of Allah, then remove your armor and wade into the enemy with your sword and fight until your blood is spilled and you are killed. And he also said that Allah smiles at the person who charges into the enemy ranks on the back of their horse is slain and they are killed also, and their blood is shed for the sake of Allah. At that time, I began to read extensively jihadi materials and completely engrossed myself in jihadi ideology. Then, long story short, we made our way to Turkey, and I was detained in Turkey under national security reasons. I was very, very convinced I was going to be tortured and mistreated by the Turkish forces. But thankfully that didn't happen. But I was ready for whatever came my way. And I wasn't going to give up the game. And then my companion made it through. And I think about 10 days later, He contacted me via email and notified me that he had entered Syria. And then, later on this was 2013. So 2014, maybe like a year later of being in Syria, he sent, a message back to his family to let them know that he was here for the long run. There was no coming back. And if he got the chance to carry out a suicide bombing, he would. We had also spoke about the potential for carrying out what we would call martyrdom operations should we reach the battlefront. I was not as convinced as he was, but I think to go along with it, I was like, yes, I would do it. He was very committed. He got to the battlefront. And after being in Syria for probably like a year and a half, he carried out a suicide bombing. He actually ended up joining ISIS, but left ISIS. And me and him had some disagreements about ISIS. I was eventually returned back from Turkey. I was returned back from Turkey. I was then questioned by the security services. My house was raided. My travel documents were confiscated, and I was essentially landlocked. So there was no way I could reach the jihad. And I began to communicate with a lot of people via Twitter, a lot of people who were in Syria. Some of them were members of ISIS, some of them were members of Al-Qaeda, some of them were members of other groups. And I struck up a lot of friendships with these people. I kept myself away from any public kind of obvious figures of jihadi stuff. So all these Anjem Chaudhrys and all these people, I just kind of kept myself away from them because I realized they're going to mess up the plan even more. But I had a strong faith that Allah would find a way for me, because there's a dua in the Quran where it says وَجَعَلْنَا مِن بَيْنِ أَيْدِيهِمْ سَدًّا وَمِنْ خَلْفِهِمْ فَدًّا. I can't remember now, but it basically says that, oh Allah, blind them from the front, blind them from the back, and blind them from the left and right. I can't believe that I forgot that dua, because the whole time I was in the airport in Turkey, that's all I kept saying was that dua, to blind them, to blind them, to blind them. And Allah blinded them in some way. And I was returned to the UK. And then when I got back to the UK, the day I reached back to the UK, I was so defeated. I was so deflated. It was horrendous. I was like, why has Allah chosen them and not me? What have I done wrong? But I never lost faith in Allah. And I still remember the day that I got back to the UK, I must have made it back to my house at probably 1 a.m. And I still got up and went to the Fajr Salah. I still got up and went to the Fajr Salah. And I remember walking to the Fajr Salah, and there's an Urdu nasheed which says "Eh Khuda tere liye," which basically means, "Oh God, this is for you." "Eh Khuda tere liye," and that means that, "Oh God, this is for you." And I remember listening to that nasheed and singing it over and over to myself and saying, "Oh Allah, this is for you. This is for you. Whatever will be, will be." And then the word kind of got around that something like this had transpired, and people were sort of coming up to me and congratulating me and like, "Bro, you know what, man, like, you're a brave one, and you know, Allah will reward you and he will open a way for you where there is no way." And then I just kind of settled into life because I realized I'm landlocked. There's no way I can get there. I did consider potentially getting fraudulent travel documents, but somebody I knew tried that and got arrested. So I thought probably not the best idea. And I was concerned that if I did something like that, they may try to put me on they may try to sorry, I got to read this super chat. It says, I say shaitan tere liye. Yes. So that was
Sorry, I
wicked.
had to flag it.
Yeah, that one got me there. So yeah, I just decided I'm not going to do anything like that because it's going to bring me under serious scrutiny. I might get put, under some kind of terrorism prevention order or something like this. And then I became aware at that time that one of the Somali friends of the guy who had gone to Somalia had returned from Somalia, and he had been placed on a terrorism prevention order. So he'd been placed on a terrorism prevention order. It's called terrorism prevention investigation measures, or they used to call them. I can't remember what they used to call them, but that's basically what it is. And
they changed the law a few years ago, and they changed the
name of it. Yeah, I can't remember what they called them anymore.
But basically,
control orders. They were called
okay.
Control orders. Yeah. So I was concerned they might try to put me on one of those. So I thought, don't do anything stupid, just chill, relax, play the game. So then I started doing the whole sort of Taqiya thing where I would just act normal. And the whole time I was acting normal. I got a job, started taking care of my family, had children and stuff like that. All that time I was reading jihadi manuals. I was reading communist manuals on guerrilla warfare, on urban warfare. It got to a point where, let's put it this way, I could make something very viable. Let's put it that way. It wouldn't have been a stretch of imagination to say that had I wanted to do something, I was very able and capable at that time.
To put it lightly,
put it lightly, yes. But again, there was always a sort of thought in the back of my mind, should you do something like that? Is that correct? Is that the right thing to do? Will it really affect the jihad the way that you need it? And then I started listening to a lot of other speakers who were, so Abu Qatada, who was detained in the UK, he was very jihadi, but as the years went by, he kind of softened, and he still was pro-jihad, but he was also talking about jihad in a way where he would say, jihad is not, it is a means, but is not the end. And he was saying that many people now see jihad as the end and not the means. And he was like, the end is Tawheed, is the oneness of Allah. And if the means begins to infringe on the ends, then we must leave the means. And I felt at that time that with the rise of ISIS, a lot of the things that Al-Qaeda were doing, like telling people to go and run people over with cars and stab random people in the streets and stuff. I just thought it was best to kind of pull away from jihad, because I felt that jihad had become very adulterated by extremism. And when I first, was introduced to jihad, for me, jihad was, like I said, Amir Khattab, military fatigues, fighting in the battlefield against the Russian invaders, no suicide bombings, or, no killing of civilians. And it had morphed into this horrendous thing, which I didn't recognize anymore. So I started to kind of pull away from that. And then I gradually I don't know what it was, but I remember I deleted my Twitter. So I stopped communicating with all these people online, which is a great way to kind of pull yourself out of this indoctrination. So I stopped communicating with these people on Twitter. And then I stopped reading all the jihadi manuals and the jihadi publications. Some of them weren't even manuals. Some of them were just publications, just promoting jihad. I stopped reading all that stuff. And I just started getting on with my life. And I started to just be a Muslim who prayed and fasted and took care of their family and was kind to people, whether Muslim or non-Muslim. And I slowly started to kind of work the hatred out of myself. And again, I say hatred because I did hate the kuffar quite vehemently, but I also believe that it was not right to be unjust towards the disbelievers. And I gradually started to work those things out of myself. And then with the birth of a child, I remember sort of holding my child and thinking to myself that one day I'm going to have to go and fight for the sake of Allah and leave my child behind. And it was such a horrifying thought to think that, you know, I'm going to leave my child and go and die potentially. And so with that, you know, I kind of thought, oh, I don't know about that. You know, I feel like jihad is so messed up at the moment that maybe this isn't the real jihad, and maybe this is a deception from the shaitan, and maybe Allah is testing me to see, you know, if I will fall into the traps of shaitan with this whole jihadi thing. So fast forward, I lived my life like that.
I'm just going to stop you there just for a second, because I think there's a couple of things that we should just touch on here, and then obviously we'll get to you coming out of all of this as well. But just to kind of, obviously, like when I'm hearing you speak now, it's like when you say that you hated the kuffar, in my mind, as you are being a very good Muslim. Like you're ticking all the boxes essentially that you need to be a good Muslim that is following the exact tenets of Islam.
Sorry, just to add to that, in terms of being a good Muslim, I would pray most of my Fajr salahs in the masjid. I would go to the masjid for most other salah. Basically, Fajr, Asr, and Isha, I would pray those in the masjid. I would read the Quran for 30 minutes every morning. I would listen to a lot of Islamic lectures. I would read Islamic books. I would fast Mondays and Thursdays. I would go to every Jummah prayer every Friday. I would give money to the masjid. I sort of like a gym membership, you know, you pay your £25 a month. That's kind of literally what I did with the masjid every single month. Later on, you know, people within the community asked me to borrow money to help with things with regards to the masjid and Islamic community centers, and I willingly contributed towards those things. So I'm not saying I was a perfect Muslim, but I definitely was living that modern Muslim lifestyle, that model Muslim lifestyle, sorry. I followed it down to the letter, down to the T, but I just became a little bit more moderate and less extreme.
Yeah, no, exactly, and like you're spot on the mark. Like regardless, that so even when I hear you speak, and you are like you're knee deep into this, so I mean, I worry as well for myself, because again, I was 9 years old, I was wearing hijab, I took RE so seriously. I was like the poster girl for Islam in my RE classes. I would go to the mosque, do like Quran recitation competitions. It's only because my parents got me the hell out of here that I saw the world and I saw other people. And you know, like how Muhammad Ali had that revelation when he went to Mecca for the first time. Before that, he was only kind of exposed to the nation of Islam and like what was happening in the American context. So then he went to Mecca and he was like, holy shit, there's Muslims of every creed, race, color. And it kind of opened his mind a bit. And then he went back and then he had a bit of a rift with Malcolm X and all of that kind of stuff. But for me as well, like I'm very like Shaquille, all of these English people in the chat, like the ones who kind of know the climate here, everybody. I mean, Shaquille said he nearly got sucked into this. I feel like had I stayed here,
so glad he didn't. I'm so glad he didn't.
Yeah, there's a couple of people here. There's Lucas, there's Shaquille, there's somebody else who's being bombarded at his uni, the Uni of Sunderland, by, again, obviously Pakistani, Bangladeshi origin people who are forcing him to convert. But I think a lot of us, like, especially us from, I'm guessing you're a millennial as well, but this generation, we've kind of grown up a little bit armed. But if you, like, for example, what I'm trying to get at is, you mentioned a couple of names. You mentioned Anjem Chaudhry. You know, you kind of like showed how you can get sucked into this. So my dad grew up here in the 70s, and my parents, obviously being like second generation British Pakistani immigrants, they dealt with the whole like skinhead situation, the National Front, EDL, all of that. And so again, like the Bosnia War was going on, and my dad was actually at university at the time, and Anjem Chaudhry used to come to their university campuses. And what he would tell me is that they would essentially get these young Muslim like guys, obviously you're at uni, you're in the first couple of years, you know, you're like 18, 19 years old, testosterone is
very impressionable.
Exactly, very impressionable, very susceptible to the propaganda that they're being shown. So they would actually come to their campus.
They're quite vulnerable as well, because they've just left home, they're no longer with family, and that's that support unit around them.
That's very true. Exactly. It's the first time you're kind of an independent adult,
Yeah.
out like navigating the world on your own, if you will. But as part of the ISOC, which is the Islamic Societies, which to be honest, most universities in the UK have, they
Yes.
would
Yes.
come and they would show them footage X of like Muslim Bosnians being killed. And they would show them the same footage over and over again with the kind of jihadi nasheeds. So for the people that don't know what nasheeds are, they're basically like permissible devotional songs about, I mean, the jihadi ones are a lot more like they rile you up, but there's some that
Yes.
are a lot more peaceful that you sing in Ramadan, the lay people sing. But
Yes.
essentially, when they'd go to the universities, it was like dawah on steroids, because they would show them this footage and say, like, prepare them, like, get ready to go to Afghanistan, go to Bosnia, you know, like you should be helping your brothers, the Muslim Ummah. There's so much talk about that. So I think I was lucky enough to kind of obviously be taken out of this country. Ironic, because I went to Saudi Arabia, but then eventually left religion. But my parents told me before I was coming back here, as you said, kind of vulnerable, experiencing the world by myself, coming back to the UK after being sheltered in like Middle Eastern countries. And my parents told me categorically, whatever you do, do not join the Islamic Society. And I found that quite
Wow.
offensive to begin with, you know, like as a believing Muslim still at the time, I thought, well, why not? And they just said, well, maybe it's changed, but back in our day, you know, my dad was like on the precipice of kind of what Shakil was saying. I nearly got sucked in. I mean, you actually
Wow.
did you know get sucked in and drawn into that, but I'm saying every one of us here who is kind of, you know, second, third generation British born or whatever, we're less than 6 degrees of separation away from somebody who almost made this decision.
Yes. Yes. And it was encouraged. You have to understand is that at the time of your dad, you know, you could go to East London Mosque, for example, and you could sign up for the Bosnian Jihad, and they would pay for your plane ticket
Yeah.
to Bosnia. You would fly into Sarajevo. They had facilitated your khidma, which is basically like your support, and then you would meet the mujahideen, and then you would be put into a battalion and all this sort of stuff. It was literally as easy as going to the masjid. Afghanistan and Bosnia was easy as going to the masjid and signing up and being sent abroad to go and fight fi sabilillah. That's how easy jihad was. And even when a lot of I don't know if you know who Mozambique is. Have you heard of Mozambique?
I haven't, no.
So he's a British Guantanamo prisoner. So he was in Guantanamo Bay for 5 years. And he went to Bosnia. He fought in Bosnia. And he literally just went to the Birmingham Central Mosque, and he literally just signed up for jihad at Birmingham Central Mosque, and he went and fought in Bosnia. It was that easy. Obviously, things have changed now. And as I say, jihad back then was only slightly taking a terrorist inclination. It was still very much militarily like that sort of jihadi inclination. That terrorist inclination wasn't quite there at that time. But that came later on with the advent of bin Laden and the Egyptian Islamic Jihad. Basically, Ayman al-Zawahiri and these people, they really propagated lots of the crazy stuff like killing civilians and things like that.
But
So
you
yeah.
know, also, sorry, just also what I wanted to kind of touch on is because there were people in the chat saying, listening to what you were saying in your story, and they were saying, oh my God, can you imagine that, like, there are people potentially in the UK who harbor this mindset even now. And I was trying to kind of show there is this generational kind of awareness where I have been disenfranchised, and I mean, now that I've left religion, it's not a thing, but I mean, even being part of the fold, so to speak, my own parents had warned me against, you know, certain things that could potentially happen at university, because like I said, I was so passionate about the religion from such a young age that I'm scared here, because I was so, as you said, it's really easy to fall into the concept of the other and us versus them. And it didn't help going to mosque and, you know, like people telling you that when you walk past a pub, like this is where the kuffar hang out and, you know, they're destined for hell. And so I was like extra proud of wearing hijab, being like, I'm not like these people. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you kind of flex and you use Islam as the flex, and because your outward identity, like projects to the whole world who you are, you kind of take
Yes.
pride in that, and even that's a bit warped. But for example, like for me, what the issue is whether it's your local mosque, like I know mosques around where I live that are known for radicalizing people. So you could just be going there to read your Eid prayer, your Jummah prayer, go to Quran classes, send your kids there, but you have no idea what they are filling your kids' minds with, and the kind of reward and like carrot and stick methods that they are, implementing within their classes. So, for example, the university that I went to, not proud of this at all, but a lot of cases of people who have gone to fight, including one of my very, very close friends. And again, this was a shocker because he was actually like a housemate at the time, and we had no
Wow.
idea. But he had an ISIS flag in his bedroom, and he was emailing his local mosque, and he eventually flew out to Syria and died fighting there. Actually, it was so similar to
Wow.
what you kind of mentioned. He wrote a letter to his mother saying, "I'm not coming back. I can't live in the UK because this is not a country that like cares for or validates Sharia, and I need to live in a country where
They
Sharia
tell
is."
you you must make hijrah. You must make hijrah. You have to make hijrah from and they give you the whole narration of where the Prophet Muhammad, was in Mecca, and he migrated to Medina to be in Darul Islam. So they say that is Darul Kufr, and they basically say that you are only allowed. There's a book called Al-Wala wal-Bara, which basically means allegiance and disavowal. And that book is very clear in that it says that you should never reside in the lands of the disbelievers for too long. You should only reside there for dawah reasons, for commerce, and for security. So if you're fleeing somewhere, you can do so. Under no other circumstances should you reside there. So making hijrah and leaving Darul Kufr for Darul Islam is obligatory. It's wajib upon the believers, and it's haram to have an intention to stay amongst Darul Kufr, and not just Darul Kufr, but also Darul Harb. So they would regard the UK as Darul Harb because the UK is at war with Muslims in Afghanistan and Iraq and other parts of the world.
But then, don't you need people within the Dar al-Harb to be countering it?
What do you mean, militarily or like just like ideologically?
Ideologically, whether it's like low-level dawah, or whether you're trying to get into positions of power, or whether you're trying to, like as they're doing here, like operate parallel Sharia courts. Do you know what I mean? Like there needs to be a certain push here as well.
That was the methodology of the Muslim Brotherhood, something that I totally rejected. And I will say, and I mean, it's not scare tactics, it's a real thing. You will hear some of these sort of right-wing kind of anti sort of Islam people talking about it, who will say things like, Muslims are the birth rate of Muslims, they're going to outnumber non-Muslims in Europe and things like that. And the Muslims are trying to enter into politics surreptitiously using Taqiya and things like this to use subversive tactics to take over Western politics. Now, I'm not saying that every single Muslim who enters into Western politics has that agenda, but there are people who are known to have been members of the Muslim Brotherhood who now are operating within Western secular politics, still as Muslims. That is concerning, because if somebody is, the Muslim Brotherhood basically were Jihadis, they were Islamists, and then they just softened over the years and adopted democracy as a sort of smokescreen to fool Western powers, to stop them, because before that they were willing to take power through physical means, the Muslim Brotherhood, and then they realized, oh, we can't do that. I mean, the father of the Muslim Brotherhood is Hassan al-Banna, and you've also got another writer called Sayyid Qutb, and they spoke about this. I mean, there's a book by Sayyid Qutb called Milestones, and he literally writes about when he traveled to America and he saw how the Americans were living, and they were like pigs, and they just eat and fill their faces and sleep with whoever they want, and he just spoke so horribly against non-believers and whatnot. So when that kind of ideology has been taught to people, I mean, Ayman al-Zawahiri, the former leader of Al-Qaeda, was once a member of the Muslim Brotherhood. Tariq Ramadan, I don't know if you know Tariq Ramadan is.
Yes, of course I do. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he was a member of the Muslim Brotherhood. These are the ideologies that they were taught, and much of what they say in public is definitely Taqiya. Um, they're just trying to find their means to get into secular politics, and then they're going to use the ballot box as a mean for them to take power. We saw what happened in Egypt with Mohammed Morsi. Mohammed Morsi, he obviously took power, and then they started to restrict the rights of Christians in Egypt, and they started to implement more sort of Islamic leaning policies and stuff like that. So even what you see in Turkey with Erdogan, it's a similar thing. He was part of the Muslim Brotherhood as well. It's concerning. I'm not going to feed into the fear mongering, but it's concerning, and it's something that should be noted.
Yeah, no, exactly. And again, like, also, I don't want to feed into the fear mongering, and people use the word like, oh, every Muslim's out there doing Taqiya. No, I don't think a lot of the Muslims even
definitely not. Definitely
it does not work like that.
Definitely
But I was just, but basically what I'm trying to say is that the way that they have kind of got their claws, their paws, their tentacles, whatever, if you will, into, like, whether it's like mosques or institutions or whatever, to kind of, we think that maybe the days of, like you said, this kind of, more outward, like, militarial, let's go on jihad is done with. But the fact that, I mean, even just like, let's say 10 years ago, like, somebody who is living in the same house as me, I have no, like, it's just so weird because I've heard it in your story, I see it in mine. We're here, we're in the UK, like you said, you like going raving, you like drum and bass nights, like, I've got my fair share of things that I enjoy, and same thing with, like, my mate from uni, who was, honestly, he would, like, be dealing weed at one point in time. He was a DJ.
Yes.
He was, he'd come down and be like, let's drink some wine. Should we go to the pub? We're watching all sorts of TV. But then he goes upstairs and he's plotting on how to get all the way to Syria. And it almost like is a slap in the face to all of us who were living with him, that, like, how did we not clock? And why did it take us so long to clock? And were we naive? And did we miss something?
You wouldn't clock it. You wouldn't clock it, no.
And like your situation, X, lo and behold, he was known to the authorities and they were already watching him and we weren't even aware.
Yeah. That's what two things to note here is you would never know. It's very unlikely unless he's very explicit about it. Now, a lot of young jihadis do tend to be quite explicit about it, so it becomes quite apparent to family and friends early on. And what I would say is that if you start to see these signals and signs from someone, don't wait, don't remain quiet about it, do something about it. If that means having to refer them to something like Prevent, although I think Prevent is not a very good system, it doesn't really work, but hopefully in the future I can help to kind of give it a bit of a kick up the bum. But if you spot the signs,
hiring UX.
Say again.
Yeah, a lot of these organizations need to hire you. I'm going to shoot some emails after this stream.
Yeah. I've with my deconversion, I was approached by the security services to take a more clandestine position for them, and to look to help further their work within communities where they were concerned about particular individuals that could be a risk of violence and terrorism. But I politely declined that because that's not really my goal. That's not something I want to do. And I've also seen how they use people and chew them up and spit them out. Yeah. So that wasn't really something that was ever on the cards for me. Because I also, as much as I resent the ideologies, I also understand that a lot of these people are literal victims of this brainwashing. I was a victim of it, and I want to do my best to help them not fall under its clutches. As I said, you would never really know. and there's not really much that can be done, because they are told to keep things quiet, don't be open, don't be public about it, don't grow your beard too long, don't shave your beard off too sudden if you do have a beard, don't frequent.
Are they told to act normal though? Like continue partaking and like going to, like, let's say going to the student union bar, or like carry on smoking, or like carry on dealing, or
No, things like that would not be encouraged.
okay.
Basically just be a moderate Muslim. Act like you're a moderate Muslim. Don't talk about anything political. Don't talk about anything violent. Just be a moderate Muslim as much as you can. Try to be as least Islamic as possible, but just be like, oh no, I don't drink alcohol. I don't eat pork. Nightclubbing's not for me. And just sort of try and find ways to explain it away. And that way, from what they would tell you is that this is how you can remain more clandestine. Yeah, it's quite concerning and worrying that there are people definitely in our society right now who hold these beliefs, and they could be a serious danger and threat to our national security. And it's very important,
because like the brainwashing it runs so deep. Like, I mean, even this friend of mine, he actually sent me a Facebook message very, very cryptically saying goodbye, but basically linking it to like, oh, the new Ricky Gervais show thing will be out that we had been watching together, and then just being like, have a great life, like whatever you do, wherever you are, like goodbye for. And I never, like, I didn't see it till months later, and by then the authorities, already got wind of the whole situation. His body was flown back, and then they removed, like, I can't even access anything like to do with that message anymore. But that was my last experience of, let's say, coming close to, wow, how somebody can really get taken up by something like this. But even like just today, for example, like my mom's a teacher, and she's going back into work, and this is primary school that we're talking about. And today she had to do 4 courses on she told me it used to be safeguarding, and now it's radicalization and how to spot the signs, and exactly things that you were saying earlier, like the push and pull factors. And like they were encouraging her, and I kept saying, Mom, but this is primary school. Like, I don't really think they're going to be exhibiting signs of this. Maybe, yeah, if their parents are feeding them a certain narrative, you might see things in RE, or the way they come across with other students. But the fact that they are almost like arming primary school teachers to kind of pick up on these telltale signs is...
We only have to look with what happened with ISIS and the amount of children that were taken there. There was a number of British children that were taken to ISIS. Some of them were born in the caliphate, in the Islamic State. ISIS were using children in their propaganda videos to execute people. They even used a British child in one of their videos to execute somebody, to shoot them in the back of the head. And another one, they used a British child to kill a number of men who had been locked inside a vehicle with a rocket-propelled grenade, an RPG. So it's very serious. Like, honestly, I can't stress to you enough, Nuriyah, that Islam is the most dangerous threat to Western civilization that they will ever know. And if they don't get it right and they don't wake up, I mean, when I sat down with these people and spoke to them and explained to them my whole experience, like I am to you now, the things that I was telling them, the terminologies, the books, the names of people that I was mentioning, they didn't have a clue. They did not have a clue. And if you don't know your enemy, you can never defeat them. It's that simple. They were clueless. And I looked at them and I said, you could really do with somebody like me on your side. But the thing is like, you lot are just not, you're going for the low hanging fruit. You're not dealing with the issue. The issue is the religion. It's not this ideology. It is the religion. If you take the religion out, if you discredit the religion, there is no way for the radicalization to take place. The moment I stopped believing in this religion, I was no longer radicalized. I no longer thought of, even up until the day that I chose to leave Islam, I never for a second let go of the idea of jihad and being a mujahid and whatnot. I just didn't think that in this modern context of what we saw with Al-Qaeda and ISIS and Boko Haram and whatnot, that was the right way to go about it. But I certainly believed in it, and I believed that it was the fast track to Jannah. And again, they're not dealing with the issue. They're going to young people who are been deeply entrenched in jihadi ideology and the textbooks of it and everything. And then they're saying to him, oh, here's a gay Muslim, you know, they're perfectly fine. Or here's liberal Muslims who said that evolution, you know, is in line with the Quran. You know, things that just, they're going to look at you, or they're going to say, oh, the Prophet said that to love people. And all. The Prophet did say to love people or whatever, yeah. But he also said that I've been victorious through terror. He also said, you know, he also slaughtered 900 Jews in one day. Like, they don't know the Islamic history, they don't know the hadiths, they don't know the Quran. They are totally uninformed and uneducated.
And to make matters worse, obviously, it's like nobody's willing to kind of, you know, be take the bullet and say, no, this is not Islamophobia. This is calling a spade a spade. This is actual,
100%.
you know,
It's not Islamophobia.
Yeah,
Sorry
exactly.
to cut. You know, I saw when I first was going through my deconversion, I actually Googled the terminology Islamophobia. Now, Islamophobia is hatred or prejudice towards Islam or Muslims, particularly in a geopolitical aspect. Now, Islam is a geopolitical religion that wishes to dominate all other religions, ways of lives, political systems, and people. How on earth can you then define that as being Islamophobia? And that's exactly what Islam is. It's ludicrous. I would have told you, as a Muslim jihadi, I would have said to you, Islam is all about dominating other people. Allah says in the Quran, لِيُظْهِرُهُ عَلَى دِينِ كُلِّ, to be dominant over all other religions, all other deens, all other ways of life. And they are telling you that that is Islamophobia, to have any kind of hatred or prejudice towards Islam, not Muslims. It says Islam and Muslims, but Islam as a geopolitical force. That's what it is. So how can I not hate it? When it goes and takes thousands of Yazidi women, captures them and takes them as sex slaves and kills them. When Islam goes and blows up an Ariana Grande concert and does it. When Islam goes and runs people over with cars and vans in Borough Market in London and stabs them to death. That is Islam. That is Islam that is doing that. It's not the people. It's the ideology of jihad, which is part of Islam. And they're saying, I watched the Boston Marathon bombing documentary on Netflix recently, and they had this wishy-washy, as Harris likes to call them, lipstick Muslim.
Yeah.
We used to call them munafiqeen. They were munafiqeen. They were hypocrites. And he was saying that the greatest jihad is the jihad against yourself. Now, if anybody knows anything about a hadith and about sanad, which is basically chains of narration, the hadith which says that the greatest jihad is the jihad against yourself, jihad and nafs, is one of the weakest hadiths that you can find out there. It's almost fabricated. That's how weak it is. It's almost fabricated. And the actual hadiths which say what is the greatest jihad is Muhammad said. They said, what is the greatest jihad? And Muhammad said the greatest jihad for a woman is Hajj fi sabilillah. And he said, what is the greatest jihad for a man? And he said the greatest jihad for a man is that he climbs on the back of his horse, he flies into battle, his horse is slain, and he is killed, and his blood is spilt for the sake of Allah. Not jihad and nafs, not stopping yourself from hopping on Pornhub over the weekend because you couldn't control yourself sexually. This isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about jihad. And until they tackle the actual Quranic and the hadith texts for it, there's just no way they're going to win. There's just no way. I mean, look, the Taliban just took back the country after 20 years.
Yeah, exactly. And just to say that, like, if it was all jihad al-nafs and stuff, then the Quran wouldn't need to, Muhammad wouldn't have in that moment had to make exceptions for like a disabled man who couldn't necessarily go on
Yes, the
jihad.
blind man. Yes, I was reading that today. The blind man. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, differently abled. Yeah, blind man, exactly. And also times where they were, you know, he wanted to go out to conquer Roman territory to get those women of what does he call the blonde women again? I
Yes.
forgot.
They were called Asfar,
Al-Asfar.
Banat al-Asfar. Yeah. Yeah,
Yes,
Banat
that's it.
al-Asfar. Yeah.
Yeah, and
And
that man
he
said, "Don't
instructed
tempt
them
me
to
with
go and
this."
take those women.
Yeah. And this one
Yeah.
man said, "Don't tempt me with this kind of jihad for that reward. Like, I don't want to be part of this." And Muhammad
Yeah.
actually like cussed him out and said, "Well, these people are a lot better than you because they're willing to go and fight and like, you know, take those women." So it is very much like this outward expansionist, like offensive jihad that is
Yeah.
very, very like plausible as the most literal interpretation of what Muhammad
And
meant.
what
Yeah.
and what you'll find is with a lot of these so-called scholars is they try to defend the concept of jihad by saying, oh, the jihad was majority of it was defensive, and sometimes the prophet went on small expeditions and excursions and skirmishes, but you know, there was not this sort of wanton kind of offensive jihad. It's just absolute nonsense. There are I'm if you look into Islamic history in terms of the life of Muhammad, I mean, that time period, you will struggle to find a single defensive jihad. The Quraysh never attacked them first. They always attacked first. But I never knew this stuff. It was literally just told to me, defensive jihad, da, da, da. But when you actually look at it, the majority of the battles were initiated and instigated by Muhammad and his forces. It's just that simple.
Oh, 100%. I think it was like over 90 battles that he's commanded, led, or like ordered to be
Yeah.
conducted. And yeah, they're
And that's
so
defensive jihad.
exactly. But X, I'm gonna have to ask you because there is so much I want to go into from like even people have asked questions, for example, like you know, you kind of had doubts about Christianity, what made you kind of see Islam was the truth. But we've also got super chats, and I also want to get into the kind of cognitive dissonance that's going on in your mind when you are doing this
Yes.
jihadi stuff, but you're disagreeing with the tactics. And then I
Yeah.
also want to get into your deconversion. So, but I'm mindful that we're over 2 hours. So we've got the most people, by the way, X, that I've ever had watching a live today. So
Well, I'm here. I'm here for as long as you need me. I don't mind. As long as you're available, I'm available.
are you sure? Because I was going to ask you, like, if you need to go, we can wrap it up and we can do a part 2 where we can do your deconversion and we can go through the super chats now. But it's entirely your call.
I'm happy to go now if you want. There's not too much left of the story, to be honest. We could probably have it done within 3 hours. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can I run
Yeah.
through these super chats so they don't get lost in the abyss and then we carry on?
Yeah. No
Okay.
problem.
So XXW, thank you so much. And I do realize I missed this in the first round. Thank you so much for your super chat. The question is, what are some recommended sources for studying extremism?
Ooh. That's a good question, to be honest. Off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to recommend any particular books right now. But what I would say is one of the things that really helped me to just understand extremism more was looking at things like ex-neo-Nazis, ex ex-jihadists, ex kind of violent communists, things like that. And I started to watch a lot of those things on like TED Talks and little podcasts, and the parallels between, especially between right-wing neo-Nazi kind of ideology, was unbelievable. I was like, whoa, like there's so much in common with them, between them and jihadi, sort of Islamist jihadists. So I would say look into a few things like that. There's one book, just give me a second.
Sure, no worries.
There's a book. I'll just tell you the name of this book. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure. And I will try and put whatever X is saying now, I will add it to the description of the video at the end. So whatever he does recommend, we can, like, you guys can go and search it and and download it or buy it or whatever. It's so funny. Prince Tyler says start with the Quran. I think that is a good recommendation.
Yes, yeah, literally, yeah. Literally start with the Quran. So there's one book here. It's called Salafi Jihadism: The History of an Idea, and it's by Shiraz Maha. One of Shiraz Maha's colleagues was actually one of the people who tried to make an intervention with me, but as far as I was concerned, they were hypocrites.
Oh, Munafiq too, yeah?
Yeah, they were hypocrites. Okay. But genuine. There's also an Islamic book called Jihad according to the Quran and Sunnah. It's a very widely available Islamic book. And I mean, if you just read that book, you'll just get a very clear understanding of what jihad is in Islam from all the authentic texts. A thing to note is with the whole sort of attraction towards Syria, a big part of that is there are lots of hadith about Syria, lots and lots of hadith and about the jihad in Syria. So I read a book which basically contained all of the hadiths about the jihad in Syria, and well, it was a PDF, but it was a book that had been published as PDF, and there was like mentions of like the best of my ummah will gather in Asham, and the angels will spread their wings over Asham, and the Muslims will fight the Nasara, which is the Christians, in Asham, and lots and lots and lots of things. And the army of Allah will enter from Asham, and then it will go into, it will travel towards Masjid al-Aqsa. So to be honest with you, the best place to start is the Quran and the Hadith, and literally just go through it with a fine-tooth comb and a highlighter pen, and you will find ample evidence for you to realize that Islam has a serious problem with violence, a serious one.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, X. I'm gonna put the two books at least that you recommended in the description. Yeah. But yeah, because we've got so much to unpack, I'm gonna have to like just hurry this conversation up a bit. I'm so sorry, guys.
No, it's cool.
Should we do a part 2X? They were like, no, keep it on for longer.
I thought they'd be like that.
Yeah, no, and I'm like forgetting my questions for you because there's so much to unpack. But anyway, we'll do our best. Okay. Stop Scamming Man says, just to clarify, I'm not the gin and tonic show YouTuber. Stop spamming, though he did inspire my channel name. Okay.
Oh man, sorry. Stop spamming, yeah. Anyway, big up Stops, man, and big up Stop Scamming as well. Big up both the Stops. I appreciate both of you, man.
Big up to all the Stops out there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And XX goes, thank you so much again, XX, for all your support. I know you've asked another question as well. Thank you. Just Googled him. He kind of looks like Che Guevara. I don't know who was Googled. Maybe that was when you were talking. Do you think, I think this is a question for you now, X. Do you think your prior far left tendencies contributed to your fascination with Islam? I see this all the time with extreme liberals today.
Yeah, most definitely. Quite simply put, yes. As I said, I was definitely far left, and I had those, sort of kind of inclinations towards. I wanted to fight against the man, and I saw the man as attacking the Muslims and Islam, and in some ways I wanted to stand up for them. Ignorantly, not understanding what was actually going on, and to be quite honest with you, most of the people on the left right now are very ignorant of Islam, and what Islamophobia actually is, and what threat Islam as a religion poses. Now, I want to note that Muslims tend to be very nice, lovely people. I know some amazing Muslims who, I honestly could credit them so much for some great things that they've done and helped me with in my life. But Islam is a very dangerous ideology. On a superficial level, it's pretty easy to get along with, but on a fundamental level, Islam is very dangerous.
Yeah,
and so is liberal leftist, far leftist ideology is also very dangerous as well.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's like X says, like the amount that they are willing to. I like what Majid Nawaz says as well about. Oh, here's another one, by the way, that again attended the same university as me and
Yeah.
used because where you can add Arabic and then studying in a foreign Arabic country abroad as part of your degree. A lot of these people who are inclined, they take this degree and they've done various stints in, like, let's say Egypt or in Kashmir or in like various parts of the Arab world, and they come back with like a long-term plan. But a lot of the
Yes.
time, the degrees that I like are offered at my university facilitate that. Like they facilitated Majid Nawaz, and he joined Hizb ut-Tahrir, and he actually, like, obviously now with, like, you know, his work that I think he's lost the plot a bit now, but the work he did with Quilliam and stuff was essentially like him understanding things like what he calls the bigotry of low expectations, which I think
Yes.
is
Yes.
so, like, it's such a apt way to describe how the left look at, you know, Muslims in general, and they're just burying their head in the sands when it comes to very basic things. Like, these same Muslims are the ones that are going to deny your gay counterparts their very basic human rights, you know? It's just, when is that
Most
going to come
definitely.
to loggerheads? Yeah.
Most definitely. And that's the irony of it. Not just deny them, Nuria. They want to throw them from the highest buildings in
Yeah.
the vicinity. That literally, I mean, we saw there was like a 63% of British Muslims agreed with the killing of homosexuals. Like
Yeah.
they agreed that homosexuals should be executed. So there's a problem there, you know, and that
And then
problem.
also, sorry, you know, the way they gather outside schools and stuff, and like what they've done to the Bately grammar school teacher, and what they do to protest about, like, even their kids being taught like basic progressive values. It's just, yeah, we can
I
dedicate,
think
I think, the whole episode to talk about this country as well. It's in a shambles.
exactly, yeah.
I got a few more questions for you, X, and then we'll carry on with your deconversion, and then we'll try and wrap it up because I'm
Okay.
mindful it is very late for you as well.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate your time.
No, I
X
appreciate yours.
Oh, thank you. XXW, thank you so much again for your super chat. Question for X again. What does X think about the future? I'm just trying to answer these questions, by the way, while we're in the radical segment of the story. So that's why I'm trying to,
Yeah,
and then I'm
yeah.
sure there'll be a whole range of questions for the other side. But what does X think about the future? Does he see things getting better? I hear a lot of people who become radicalized end up leaving eventually.
So the future, I think, well, I recently watched a news report by Dashna Soni on Channel 4, where she has basically looked into the Prevent inquiry as to whether or not we are failing in regards to the threat of Islamist terrorism. I think we've seen far-right terrorism is on a rise. It's very important that we address that also. I think that Islamist terrorism, because of the increase of far-right terrorism and anti-Muslim bigotry, what you're going to find is many Muslims are going to start to feel quite cornered again. And as they start to feel cornered, many of them will start to delve into these more radical corners of Islam to try and find solace and community. But I will say, I feel that things are a lot better than when I embraced Islam and you had Abu Hamza with his hooked hands screaming on the streets of Finsbury, and you had Omar Bakri Muhammad praising the 7/7 bombers on live news, and you had Anjem Chaudhry, you know, spewing his hatred, and Abu Qatar. You had a number of these types of people, you know, praising Osama bin Laden and all sorts, and they were given too much airtime. And if there's any one thing that I could probably thank Theresa May for, is that she literally just got all of these groups banned. She got all these groups banned, and she basically silenced all of these voices by locking them up, and they got locked up for obviously breaking the law. Now, we're not talking about just silencing people, silencing freedom of speech, but freedom of speech is an integral part of a secular democracy, and it's part of our liberal values. But freedom to incite riot or to incite violence is not. And it's a very thin line that gets trodden by these extremists. So it's important that we bear that in mind. But I do think things are getting better. But I think there are still many reprehensible sentiments that Muslims in the United Kingdom hold. And it's really important that as they work on their kids from a young age to indoctrinate them with a lot of these hateful ideas, it's important that we not work on their kids as such, but we offer a counter narrative. Now, I will say with the whole thing of, you know, relationships, education being taught in primary schools to children, where we see children are being taught about homosexual relationships and whatnot. I will say that it's something that is obviously, it's a part of our society now, but I think that children at that young age are very, very malleable. And as we understand, homosexuality, it's something that is prevalent in life in general now. We know that. But I think to try and put it in front of children so young, who pretty much just understand the world and relationships in quite a sort of binary, singular way, which is mum and dad, you know, husband and wife, to try and put that in front of the children right now is going to rile up a lot of Muslims. It is. It's also going to rile up a lot of Christians, maybe some Orthodox Jewish communities as well, and religious people in general. So I think that needs to be tread very carefully. I personally would take issue with that being taught to my child in primary school, but secondary school, I would see it as something that I think it wouldn't be an issue for me in secondary school, but primary school, I think it could be quite confusing for children of that age. So it's just important that we don't alienate and push these communities away. We need to start to normalize engagement with them. And if they feel isolated, and as we know, lots of Muslim communities in the United Kingdom are very insular and unintegrated. You find people who've lived in the UK for 30 years and they don't speak English. They will only speak Bengali, or they will only speak Urdu or Punjabi or Arabic. So it's really important that, you know, we don't push people away and isolate them, because then it's very easy to create the dichotomy of us and them. It's very easy. I hear a lot of people become radicalized and end up leaving eventually. Yes, they do, because when you live the religion to the fullest, and then something, and you're giving it its all, and then something comes and literally pulls it right from under your feet, the whole thing falls apart for you. So for me, that was literally what happened. It was just one thing that just pulled it all apart for me, and then it just all started to deconstruct from there.
Thank you so much, X. That was beautifully said. I think I could say it better myself. And I agree as well with the primary, secondary school stuff. But yeah, no, thank you so much for that answer. This is just a comment for you from XXW. This guest is amazing. He should start a channel. I 100% concur. This has been like, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to do this and like make it wholesome and get everything said. I'm struggling now. But yeah, this has been a treat. Like I don't know if you think we need to. There's so many things I want to ask you. I still haven't even touched on Shamima Begum, the whole incident. I haven't even. Okay. There's questions about you. Okay, let's get back to basics. So I think that's all this. Oh no, wait, we've got one more question for you, X.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got two more questions for you, X. I'm going to let you answer.
That's
okay?
Fine.
And I'll be.
That's fine.
Right back. Okay, this is from XXW again. Do you think Islam is uniquely violent when compared to other religions? I don't think Christianity is true, but I don't think Christianity is violent either. So I don't mind Christian ex-Muslims. I don't mind Christian ex-Muslims. I don't get that bit. Do you get the general question though, X?
Yes, I get the question, okay, yes. Cool. So Islam has a large component of violence in it. I'm not going to be unjust and say that Islam is uniquely violent. Christianity in the Old Testament is a very violent religion, and it contains some horrendous things. And compared to Islam, it's no different according to the Old Testament. The New Testament obviously is a remix, and it's changed its values, and God now doesn't keep people under law, so he doesn't need to order the killing of infants and children and the capturing of women and girls who have not been touched by men. And he doesn't need to threaten women with lifting up their skirts and exposing their private parts to men and for them to be violated. So Christianity, according to the Old Testament, is a very violent religion and is no different to Islam. I would actually say the Old Testament is probably more violent and more problematic than the Quran. The difference is that Christians don't hold to the Old Testament the way Muslims hold to the Quran. So for that reason, yes, if an ex-Muslim decided to be a Christian, hypothetically speaking, there's no real threat from them, because it's unlikely that they would revert back to following the Old Testament and then wish to carry out some of its violent edicts. But Islam and Christianity both have very violent components to them. And I think it's important that Islam is not simply just targeted as the only violent religion. Certainly, we see violent elements with the Hindutva in India right now, although they might not necessarily get it all from the Holy Book. We've seen violent Buddhists in Burma and Myanmar. And there are, we've also seen right-wing Christians who have carried out, racist, attacks in the name of Christian identity, which is basically neo-Nazi Christianity. It's called Christian identity. But yeah, I think Christian ex-Muslims are not really a problem, but I think they should read the Bible a little bit better.
Thank you so much, X. And also, I just wanted to say on that point, exactly what X said about the Bible, whether it's the Old Testament or the New Testament. The Old Testament is God being very kind of like similar vibes to the Quran, and the New Testament, he gets a bit of a makeover. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind ex-Muslims who have gone to Christianity either, because the general sentiment is that they are displeased with Islam, and usually kind of the more outwardly violent teachings in Islam, like the Quranic verses and stuff, which, directly call for you to go and fight and to hate. But the same elements can be found within Christianity. And as X mentioned right at the beginning of this stream, it's just, for me, it's the lack of intellectual honesty, because if you have found flaws in Islam, and if you surely turn that same lens onto Christianity, the same questions are begging to be asked, and the same answers are also insufficient. So it's just kind of like, like leaving, I don't like to use the word cult in this sense, but it's kind of just, leaving one set of beliefs and running towards another. And a lot of ex-Muslims I do see have done that, because they find a more, as I think your question is conveying, they find a more pacifist, love thy neighbor, golden rule type, pretty, soft kind of bed to fall into with Christianity. And it's still close enough to Islam where you don't have to get rid of all of your, the creation myth is there, Abraham's there, Eve's there, your prophets are all counted. So yeah, there is very much that kind of brotherly, sisterly appeal to Christianity as a religion, but it is definitely as violent. And just one more point on what X said earlier about things getting better. I just wanted to shed light on what I was discussing about, let's say my parents growing up in the 70s and the 80s. When I kept coming back to London from living in the Middle East, and even when I came back after the 7/7 bombings, again, just by virtue of my skin color, the way I look, I share a last name with one of the bombers, and that's the case a lot of the time, unfortunately, because a lot of them are of Pakistani origin, and Khan is a very common last name. But I was walking around a particular suburb in London, and I was actually wearing a Man U shirt that had my initial, I had N Khan at the back. And there were people that made me feel extremely uncomfortable, and I got heckled because that was the name of one of the suicide bombers. And even back then, I was in a very it was a state of my links to what my parents understood as the UK Islam were these people, were Anjem Chaudhry and Abu Hamza being photographed and men going to jail and then playing the system and coming out and essentially doing Taqiya and fooling the English government by saying that they're rehabilitated, but they were really not. But things have changed, because I would never in a million years dare show my face and touch something as quote unquote sacred as the Quran or the beliefs, or blaspheme unless the situation in this country had developed to a point where I think I'm still safe enough, or we have a power in numbers. We've got a Council of Ex-Muslims Britain. There are enough people that have come before me and shown their faces that still have their head above their shoulders. I emailed Mariam Namazi, like double, triple checking, like safety wise. What do you think? Like, what do you recommend? Like, should I do this? But like 20 years ago, it would never have been the case. The stories I've heard from, you know, probably when my parents were growing up, but also when you were going through your radical phase, and like when I was at university, that the whole situation was a lot different. So yeah, I mean, we've got issues in this country, but I do think even with these, you know, wishy-washy kind of weak structured organizations like Prevent, the fact that we are able to have this conversation today, and I know it's sad, I hope Islam gets to a place where one day you can show your face and we can be like, you know, vibing like normally. But
Yes, yes.
the atmosphere has changed. Trust me, I would not be doing what I'm doing if it was back in like Anjem Chaudhry in his heyday days. Are you? No way.
No, that wouldn't have been possible.
Exactly. So I've got another question for you, X, and then we'll get back to your story. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you. Mike No Zones, thank you so much for your support. X, just to give you context, Mike No Zones, basically no-go zones, it's in his name. He goes to no-go zones essentially and travels and documents it. He's gone to like Afghanistan, Syria, come face to face with ISIS. But yeah, definitely check out his channel if you can. I think he would appreciate it.
I'm going to check out Mike No-Go Zones. Most definitely going to check him out.
Sweet. So Mike is saying to X, he's asking, what gets jihadists more riled up, Salman Rushdie or Christopher Hitchens?
Well, most likely Salman Rushdie. When I was a Muslim and a jihadi, I saw absolutely nothing wrong with killing Salman Rushdie. The irony is around the time when I left Islam, it was around the time that Salman Rushdie got stabbed. And I remember being so angered at the fact that this old man who just dared to just write a novel was stabbed for something so ridiculous, you know. But yeah, Salman Rushdie gets people, will definitely get the jihadis riled up a lot, because if you look what happened at Charlie Hebdo, again, that was something which I legitimized in my mind and saw no issue with, because they were insulting the Prophet, and anyone who insults the Prophet may be killed. And we know that Muhammad saw no issue with a pregnant woman and her unborn child being killed with an axe by her blind husband, blind slave master. We know that Muhammad ordered the killing of a woman who was suckling her child because she insulted him, and the list of people goes on. Ka'ab ibn Ashraf, who was a poet who spoke against Muhammad, he was killed by Muhammad bin Maslama. Muhammad basically silenced all dissent and any voices that spoke against him. So somebody like Salman Rushdie or Charlie Hebdo magazine would have been you know, a good to go target. Even to mention, when you mentioned Mariam, I remember years ago seeing Mariam when she first came out publicly and she was on the news and stuff, and people amongst the Al-Muhajiron circles were quite frank in saying that she should be killed, basically, that Mariam should be killed. So thankfully, I think we've come a long way now, and Mariam's able to go and step into universities and give talks and whatnot, although we have idiots trying to heckle her and disrupt her because they can't hold normal intellectual discussions. I think the thing with me was, as much as I was a radical, I was very intellectual with it. So if you really wanted to argue the point with me, I could do it from a place I didn't need to resort to anger. And I found with this, a lot of these guys is they're all riled up, but there's no real intelligence behind what they're doing, especially in a military context. They knew nothing about war and how to conduct war and your enemies and things. As I said, I read communist manuals and revolutionary books and things like this. So I didn't just read the Islamic jihadi materials. I was like, if I'm going to be a revolutionary and I'm going to be a warrior, I want all the stuff I can get.
The art of war. Yeah.
Yeah, Sun Tzu, The Art of War, most definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, people are just saying, so like, I mean, that massively backfired because his book went to the #1 bestseller. People started reading his book who had no intention of reading his book.
Yes,
But yeah,
yes.
no, and X, did you see that documentary that came out? I think it was BBC, maybe, or Channel 4. They did the like Salman Rushdie fiasco like 30 years later, 30 years on.
And they went to Bradford.
Yeah. Did you see that?
Crazy. That guy, Mubin, I think he's Mubin something.
Mubin Shah, I think. Yeah, Sheikh or Shah, yeah.
Well, he's very brave to do that, especially in a place like Bradford. He ran a very high risk there. But fair play to him. He did it in a very smart way, and it didn't come across like he was insulting Islam. He was simply asking a question about a book, and it shows you how deeply ingrained this indoctrination is that people would become so angry and threatened by a book. This is part of the reason why I'm not currently able to reveal my face, is because I run the risk of serious physical harm. Because of the experience that I've had, there could be people from my past who would want to maybe try and make me the victim of one of their terrorist attacks.
No, exactly. And that's why I'm so grateful that you've done this. There are people in this chat. Yeah, Lucas, just to answer your question, have you seen the one who snatched the book? That's who I was alluding to. He literally acts like, yeah, that's fine. It's been 30 years. Like, I can handle it. Yeah, the satanic verses. Then he does like a run around the fountain or something and then tries to grab the book from him. And it's like, wow, nothing's really changed 30 years later. But there are people like Lucas, very similar to X. Again, this is why I'm so grateful that it's so ironic. I like got transported to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, but I think having grown up here, what you guys have faced, Lucas also can't show his face, has moved to a different part of the country. I think that's why he wants to connect with you, kind of almost had an identity change because of the backlash that could come from. And, you know, it's crazy that even having chosen different, like having made different choices or chosen a different life, your past can still come back to haunt you in this country. And it's not like the law is even enough to protect you. It's you are actually fearful.
It certainly isn't enough to protect you. You have to tread very carefully. But I think with an experience as unique as mine, I think it's important to share this, to share my experience and to share what knowledge I have, with the hope that even if just one person turns away from this evil ideology, even if they remain Muslim but just not a jihadi, I will be satisfied. You know, I will be satisfied.
Oh yeah, 100%. We want those Muslims who are better than Islam or don't know Islam like any day over radical jihadis that know exactly that they're getting to be a lantern in God's throne with their heart and a green bird or whatever.
Yes. I just wanted to just add a couple of things there. So first thing is the whole satanic verses thing. I remember reading the biography of Muhammad by Karen Armstrong, and there was a little mention of the satanic verses in there. And I never ended up finishing reading that book, but I'm actually going to finish it now. It's one of the books that I want to read and finish. And then when I came across your YouTube channel, I watched your satanic verses video, and I was just blown away. I was like, what? I just couldn't believe it. And then you were talking about Abdullah ibn Hisham ibn Abi Sarh, and how he basically wrote parts of the Quran and influenced Muhammad's revelation. And I just didn't understand this whole thing about the Gharaniq and all this. And I was like, what? This is mad. Like, and you really opened my eyes up to the whole satanic verses thing. And once I saw that, I was like, there's just no way that this came from God. Like, there's just no way. Like, Muhammad was ready to like bow down to like pagan idols and everything just to please the Quraysh. It was all convenient revelations. You know, when he wanted to sleep with his daughter-in-law, oh, Allah told me to marry my daughter-in-law. Oh, when he wanted to have a child bride, oh, Allah showed me your daughter in a dream, and now I've got to marry her and consummate with her when she's 9 years old. So your satanic verses one really helped me to understand the whole thing of asbab al-nuzul, which is the reasons for revelation.
Oh, thank you, X. Honestly, that means so much to me, because like these were the kind of like the first few videos that I put together, which were my major, like, you know, when you talked about like a mic drop moment, or like the kind of carpet being pulled from under your feet kind of moment. For me, it was just like, how does the supposed prophet mistake God's words for the shaitan's words, and allow such a graven mistake for those words to be incorporated in the final, like you know, untampered with eternal word of God? That made, if Satan has infiltrated to that extent, where else has he infiltrated? How do we know that when we're praying, Fatiha is not from the shaitan, you know?
Exactly. And there's a verse in the Quran, I can't remember exactly where it is, I think it's in Surah Baqarah, where it literally says that some of the message that Allah reveals to us will be it will be corrupted by Satan. You know this verse I'm talking about?
Not off the top of my head, no. But
Let me get this verse
oh,
up.
did we do that? Is this on the back of the satanic verses?
Yes, yeah. I need to get this verse up now. It's off the back of the satanic verses.
Yes,
1 second.
I know what you're saying. Yes, so that God obviously sometimes shaitan gets involved, but then God comes and rectifies it.
Yeah. So it says, where is it? Hold on, I need to find this.
Yeah, go for it.
Where is this one? It literally said, I've just read it the other day.
That's fine. Take your time. The other thing as well, it just shatters the concept of like God being this like omniscient, omnipotent being, because it's like, how did you not have the foresight to know that that would happen? And like this whole thing about the shaitan anyway, like all of the angels are supposedly like God's minions. They bow and pray to him like constantly, but this one unruly shaitan has somehow given Allah like a run for his money from the inception of humanity.
Yeah, exactly. It's all, well, when we talk about my deconversion in a minute, you'll see how looking at Christianity and why Christians left Christianity really helped to influence a lot of this stuff. Because I was like, this was a setup all along. Anyway, I found the verse, and it says, whenever we sent a messenger or a prophet before you, O prophet, and he recited our revelations, Satan would influence people's understanding of it. Now that's in brackets, people's understanding of it. It actually says Satan would influence his recitation, but Allah would eliminate Satan's influence. Then Allah would establish his revelations. Now that verse was revealed, Surah Al-Hajj, and that was revealed post-Gharanik, post-satanic verses. So Muhammad realized, oh shit, I've messed up here, and I need to troubleshoot real quick. And then he was like trying to, patch the leak. And then he said, oh, basically that happens because Allah allows for Satan to influence it. Why would Allah allow for the influence of his recitation of his holy book that is for all mankind to follow for all eternity? It's just ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Exactly. And X, just okay, because I've never done like a live this long with an interview, so I need to ask you two questions before I forget, and then we'll go into a deep dive and we'll wrap up. So the first one essentially is, I'm going to ask you them back to back, and then you can answer them together if you're here, because I will forget. So the first one was, somebody asked earlier in the chat, you were really kind of like rational and went through Christianity almost with like a fine-tooth comb, and you were like, no, I don't believe in this. But what was it about, first question, what was it about Islam that ultimately made you think there was quote unquote truth in it, is the first question. And my second question to you is, hearing your story and understanding like elements of you being really drawn and really like having your heart in Islam, and then, getting on board with the whole jihadi extremist side. But yet there were parts of your mind that was saying, like when you talked about the disagreements in terms of methodology and civilians and collateral damage, that part of me is like your normal, like you know, you're kind of like de facto default brain. Like if you were out in London somewhere, you'd be like, no, it's wrong that all of these people would die just to make a point to do this. But
Yeah.
there was like, so there's like massive cognitive dissonance because your humanity is very much intact. You're disagreeing openly with views that some people like in positions of authority are even, you know, holding, to say this is how we go about you know, pursuing Dar al-Harb and like turning it into Dar al-Islam. But you're kind of like torn between two worlds of, let's go do the offensive jihadi stuff, but hang about, let's not kill women and children. Like maybe that's not the best tactic. Let's do it guerrilla warfare style if we have to, or whatever you're deciding. So yeah, why is Islam the truth, and how do you deal with that?
Okay. So in terms of Islam being the truth, as I said, I think my Christian childhood indoctrination played quite a big role in that. That really sort of influenced the way that I looked at Islam as a religion. And I guess I was sort of looking for a continuation of Christianity, but something that was a bit more pure and less adulterated. Because I'd looked at how Christianity was influenced by like Roman and Greek mythology and also Egyptian mythology. In terms of Islam actually being the truth, I don't think I ever really considered why I thought it was the truth. I think it was more experiential. I think my experience of having this kind of brotherhood and this support from Muslims, and then also sort of having this kind of, it was kind of like a big middle finger like on my t-shirt as I walked around telling everybody I'm a Muslim. And at that time, you know, it wasn't cool to be Muslim, like 2 years post 7/7, you know, like, and telling people you're a Muslim then, it was kind of like saying, hey, I don't give a shit what you think about me. This is who I am. And I guess that was probably the rebel in me. That was the sort of far leftist kind of being the rebel, and just resisting against the norms that people do. But I don't think I ever really considered that why I believed that Islam was true. I think just over time, it was a gradual thing of belief and theology just building within my mind to the point where I was like, this is the truth. But I will say that that night when I read the Quran verses, and you know, it's kind of popped out the page to me, and this is the truth from Allah, I think that was quite integral to my trajectory into Islam and eventually into radical Islam. The second question, I'm trying to remember. What was the second question? Could you repeat the second question for me, possibly? Oh, sorry, I remember what it was. It was cognitive dissonance. So, yes, I saw what people were doing in terms of attacking civilians and things like that. And I would read the Quran and I would read certain hadith, and they would kind of, you know, warn against doing things like that. But then there are other hadith that also kind of encourage it. So it was a bit contradictory and a bit confusing. But I sort of took my own kind of independent moral standpoint on it. And I just thought that there's no way that a loving, merciful God would want me to go and take the lives of innocent people who could potentially become Muslim. And that's no way to spread the message of Islam. As I said, that the means don't the means don't justify the ends, and that's how I looked at it. And I sort of had a bit of a motto where I would say that attacking civilians, it demonizes the believers, it delegitimizes our cause, and it distorts our message. And that's the way that I looked at it, is that it would demonize the mujahideen or the believers, it would delegitimize our cause, and it would distort our message were we to go out and attack civilians. And I would look and review other non-Muslim paramilitary organizations, namely the IRA, and I would look that when they targeted places where there was civilians and stuff, they got a lot of backlash, even from pro-Catholic Irish organizations. So I realized that the IRA made a lot of mistakes in that, and then they stopped doing that and they started aiming for more military targets, and they saw more success, and eventually they wore the British down, and the British came to the negotiation table, and the Irish were able to come to some kind of resolution. And I actually really looked up to the IRA leadership as, you know, and paramilitary organization as something that would be a means for potentially how Muslims could go about getting some kind of rights back. But then when you're going around and trying to take the world over and dominate people, you're going to come up against a lot of backlash. Yeah. So there's the answer to those two questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was desperate to kind of get to the bottom of those. So I really appreciate you answering that. We're gonna get back to your story. And like obviously you're on the precipice of leaving Islam. And then I'm gonna ask you about Shamima Begum and kind of get your final thoughts, and then we'll wrap up, just to let you know. I know we're touching 3 hours. I'm so sorry, X.
It's good. It's honestly, I don't mind. I'm so happy to just be able to share my story. You know, from everything that's happened in the past, well, it's not even been a year yet. It's been quite turbulent. My life literally turned upside down, and I was just needed to speak to someone, and I have spoken to people throughout the process, but to speak to another ex-Muslim who just kind of gets it, it's just so much different, you know, when you're speaking to, like, especially people who aren't Muslim. Since this, I've spoken to 2 ex-Muslims, and they're kind of just, you know, ex-Muslims who just kind of grew up in Muslim families and just never really gave a crap about Islam, but they never really had these deep experiences like me or yourself, where we were really into the religion and we really studied it and we know it. So even when I would bring them things from the Quran and the Hadith, they're like, bro, I don't even know nothing about that, you know. But it's been helpful just to speak to them. But I mean, speaking to yourself, somebody who is actively working towards spreading the true message regarding Islam, I think it puts a little different spice to it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad. Like, if this is anything remotely close to cathartic for you, then I'm truly honored, because yeah, your voice today, there's 136 people currently watching us. Like I said, it's my highest viewership ever, but mark my words, like when this just goes out and like you check back maybe 2 days later, I promise you, if you look into the comments, people are going to be so grateful that you've come here and like you've dedicated your precious time and you're telling us things that you've experienced, and you know, you're laying it bare. So I do realize that I'm eating into your time, but trust me, everything you planned on doing when you were a Muslim, the stuff, your voice right now is going to do so much to people, you know, on the right side of history.
That's why we do this. And honestly, I'm not in any way like upset that I've stayed too long or anything. I'm really happy, and you know, I'm looking forward to concluding the story for everybody that's locked in. And I appreciate everybody who's taken their time to be here and listen. It has been 3 hours, but I hope it's been interesting and I've not waffled at all.
Well, I don't think you've waffled, X, because we're up to 140 now and the super chats are rolling in, and I've got 2 more questions for you before you can finish your story. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Okay, you just tell us when you've got to call it a night, okay? And we will just wrap it up, and we can always do a part 2. You and I are in the same time zone, so that's not an issue. But yeah, just I don't want to like drag it out for you. So
no problem at all.
Thank you, X. Tanky, thank you so much. It's been a while, but that's my fault. I haven't been live. Thank you so much for your super chat, and I hope you're well. Tanky is asking you, X, I'm curious if you still think Islam and the left are compatible. Very interesting chat. Thank you for this.
I think to some degree they are compatible. I would say more far leftist ideology is compatible with Islam because it has a very deep anti-government, anti-establishment, anti-monarchy sentiment. So yes, but if we're talking about liberal leftist kind of politics, no, because I feel like Muslims are very conservative in their values, and they just wouldn't be willing to agree with a lot of the stuff that we're seeing coming from the liberal left now, with all this sort of gender theory and you know, all this kind of critical race theory and lots of other just ludicrous things that are cropping up. But definitely far leftist ideologies could be compatible with Islam. But I think the most important thing is that we combat all of these ideologies, because they're all dangerous. Far right, far left, Islamist, you know, racist, whatever it might be, we need to combat these things. This isn't about, as ex-Muslims, this isn't about us just trying to target Islam and Muslims and just go after them. The main reason why we speak about it is because of our experience with the religion. But we certainly don't turn a blind eye to all the other terrible things that are happening around us in the world from other communities, ideologies, and religions, for that matter.
Yeah, again, beautifully said. X, you're literally such a natural at this. And I just want to highlight, okay, so Tanky's also, interested to hear his thoughts on Shamima Begum too. Me too, Tanky. You and me both. I literally just want to keep X here.
Okay.
XXW is saying, again, X, he needs to start a channel and teach everyone this stuff. We need more educated people like this in our movement. I second this a bazillion times.
Yeah,
Even just your voice, X, it's powerful.
I know. I do plan to do some work, even if it's without revealing my identity. I feel it's important. It took me a long time to even consider doing something like this. I reached out to you months ago, and I know you took a little while to get back to me, but I'm so glad you did, because I don't think I would have been ready at that time to have this discussion. Although I thought I was, but yeah, most definitely.
Allah knows best. He made me reach out to you late when you were ready.
Yes, well, they say, as they say, qadr Allah wa ma sha fa'al. That this is the qadr of Allah, and Allah knows best. So, wallahu a'lam.
Exactly. Allahu a'lam. Exactly. Oh my God, I haven't heard that for ages. I used to hear it all the time. But X, just before we carry on with your story, I just wanted to show you two of these comments for you. Abu Bakr was saying, I really like this guy. Sounds like a cool guy to hang out with. And I just want you to see this because, Dina is such a just like a high key member of this YouTube fam, comments all the time, leaves such supportive messages. Okay, look at this comment for you, X. It's 2 a.m. where I am, Monday on Tuesday night. I got work tomorrow, but if this man speaks till 9 a.m., I'm calling in sick. I ain't going anywhere. I'm listening till the end. This is too important.
Thank you, Dina. I really appreciate you, and I hope that you found some value in this. Also, Abu Bakr, I don't know if that's the person who runs the Urdu Freethinker. He's got a similar image.
Abu
so I don't
Bakr,
know.
Are you running Urdu Freethinker? If you are, just let us know in the chat, please. And now we're encouraging people to call in sick from work. Great.
Yes,
we do not endorse
for
that.
For a good cause.
If you're sick, you're sick. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, floor is back to you, X.
Okay, yes. So picking up from where we left off, I had got to that point where I was now living peacefully as a Muslim for a number of years, and my life was going really, really well. No problems at all. I was very happy. I was going to the masjid every day. I was reading the Quran. I was doing all of my nawafil siyam, so I was fasting, 2 days a week, and giving charity, and I was really loving life as a Muslim. No issues at all. And then Ramadan 2022 came. Ramadan 2022 came, and around that time, around Ramadan 2022, I just said, this Ramadan, always had good Ramadans, but I just said, this Ramadan, I really, really want to have a really good Ramadan. And I went really hard, praying, fasting, tarawih, reading the Quran. I completed the Quran in Ramadan, so reading it in Arabic and English in the month of Ramadan.
What do you call it in Arabic? Hasanat. We say sawab in Urdu, but
yeah, sawab, yeah, exactly. So I did that, read it in Arabic and English, and then had a great Ramadan. I remember the 27th night, Laylatul Qadr, and they were doing the dua, and we were in the masjid praying and I remember we were doing the dua for about an hour. And
Bloody hell.
yeah, it was a really long dua, but it was beautiful. And there was one point. There was one point in the dua where, you know, the sheikh was just saying that, you know, oh Allah, keep us and our children steadfast on your deen. Basically, he said, Ya muqallib al-qulubi wal-absar, thabbit qulubana ala dinik. That, oh, the possessor of hearts, basically, and the one who gives patience, keep us steadfast upon your religion, you know. And he was focusing on that a lot, and he was speaking in Arabic and in English, and I began to, you know, cry. Again, now we understand how the brain works and psychology works. This, you know, Christians will say they're experiencing the Holy Spirit. Muslims will say that they, you know, they've experienced this khushu' with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this reflection and this closeness with Allah. And I began to cry because, you know, I thought about all of my years that I'd spent, you know, not in the servitude of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and, you know, how far I'd come, and that I was so blessed to be in this masjid and to be praying in this jama'ah. And then what happened was, Ramadan ended, and I kept up everything from Ramadan. So I still was doing my, like previously, 2 days a week. But I felt quite disappointed when I finished reading the Quran. It was almost an anticlimax. I still remember the day of finishing it, and I don't know what I was expecting, but I thought something else would come of me finishing reading the Quran, and nothing really did. And then I thought, I've got to learn Arabic. This is the only way that I'm going to understand the Book of Allah properly, and then I can really get closer to Allah, and next year Ramadan I can understand things in Taraweeh. So I went out, and I bought a number of books, basically Arabic books to learn Arabic, and every single night I would do an hour to 2 hours of Arabic before bed. And then I would still be up in the morning for Fajr. And then I would still read my 30 minutes Quran after Fajr.
So sorry, is this like, are you self-teach? Are you like self-teaching, or are you going like,
at that point, I'd already learned how to read and write Arabic, and I already knew a lot of Arabic vocabulary. So at this point,
you learned to read and write already. Wow.
Yeah.
And now you're delving into the classical side, like what Quranic Arabic is, yeah?
Yes, and learning how to speak Arabic properly, to like fully, properly and understand it. So
it's like the Quran is classical Arabic that you'd have, like as a non-Arabic speaker, would have to learn classical to understand the Quran, but then like like normal dialectical to understand people, like depending on which accent you want, right?
So I had 2 books. I had the Medina Arabic books that they teach in Medina University, so that you can learn. It's a semi-classical Arabic, and once you learn that, you could understand the Quran basically. And then I had some other Arabic books that teach you normal, everyday spoken Lughat al-Arabiya, which is everyday kind of spoken Arabic, less formal. Not Khaliji. Mine was it was more Misri, so it was more kind of like Egyptian.
Oh, yeah. So you would say like Gidda instead of Jeddah?
No. I would say Jeddah, because basically the person who wrote that book, he studied in Saudi Arabia, but he was an Egyptian. So
so he's meshed
all
it
of
with
those things.
Yeah.
Yes. So all those things were corrected. But then the Medina books obviously correct that. And when I'd learned to read and write Arabic, I learned the alphabet properly. So no Gidda or things like that. It was all very proper, very Ra and Kha and Ain and Ghain. As you can probably tell from my pronunciation of the words.
Point.
Yes, my Lugha is pretty good.
Halwa.
So, yeah, that's it. So I got into the studying. I was doing it every single day. And then what I started to do is I started to look really deep into Salafi, Salafiyya. So not Salafi jihadism, but Salafiyya, which obviously is a branch of like Wahhabi kind of Orthodox Islam. And I started watching loads of stuff about that. And I already kind of knew like Salafiyya is a bit of a cult. So I started watching loads and loads of stuff about Salafiyya and how it was a cult. And ironically, I stumbled across one of Abdullah Samir's videos where he was talking about Salafi burnout. And I remember watching that whole video, and then I saw the name of the channel, and it was like, oh, the friendly ex-Muslim. And I was like, oh, astaghfirullah, you know. And I remember looking at Abdullah and thinking, he looks like an Ahmadi. I don't know why, but I was like, he looks like an Ahmadi. He just had this Ahmadi look about him. Well, he was Ismaili once, so I guess I was kind of right. But I was like, he looks like one of those deviants, you know. So I watched that video, and he made a few good points, but obviously being that he was an ex-Muslim, I was like, oh no. So then I started watching loads of other people talking about, and actually Ali Dow and Mohammed Hijab have a sort of subsidiary channel called SP Files, where they kind of just expose Salafiyya and this kind of Salafi cult that you find in the Muslim community. Ironically, because they are just as bad in many ways. So I was watching all that stuff, and then I went on a massive binge of watching documentaries about cults. And then one day on YouTube, I just typed in what the difference between a cult and a religion, and the friendly atheist came up. You know, Hemant Mehta.
Yeah.
So Hemant Mehta came up, and he had a video about, you know, the difference between religions and cults, and I liked it. I thought, oh yeah, cool, you know. And he said a religion is simply an old cult, or something. He said a religion is an old cult, and an old religion, saying that a religion is an old cult religion. And a new religion.
Is it like a cult that's got out of hand? It's like followers have grown.
Yeah, so he said something like that, and I thought, oh wow, that's quite a good point. So I started looking into that, and then I looked at this channel called Let's Talk Religion, and you also mentioned another one called Religion for Breakfast. Now, somebody else, actually a Muslim, recommended that to me when I was watching Let's Talk Religion. Now, Let's Talk Religion, I binged watched his whole channel. Literally every single video: Sikhism, Hinduism, Buddhism.
Mate, Islam. You must know so much. I'm still catching up.
Yeah, so I watched every single video on his channel, and then when I watched those, what I noticed were a lot of similarities between some of these religions and Islam, and then there was a video called Pre-Islamic Arabia or something like that. So I watched that video, and it really perked my interest, and I thought, whoa, you know. And then he started talking about all these jinns and these things that existed in pre-Islamic Arabia, and how these jinn stories that are now in Islam were present, you know, for thousands of years before that in pre-Islamic Arabia. So it did kind of get me thinking, like, you know, has Islam kind of just taken some previous mythologies and applied it to its own? And then the real kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back for me in terms of just starting to question it was a video about he had on there about Noah's Ark, and he spoke about the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish. And the Epic of Gilgamesh is a story that was written on tablets in Mesopotamia that predated Christianity and Islam by about 2,000 years. It's the story of a man, I've forgotten his name now, but he basically built a cube-like boat, and he traveled in the waters for however many nights and all this stuff, and then he set a dove free, and the dove went and found land, and all these parallels that it had with the story of Noah's Ark. So I was like, whoa, hold on a minute, that sounds just like Noah's Ark. So I started looking into the Epic of Gilgamesh really hard. And then from there, I came across a video by the friendly atheist again, Hemant Mehta. And he said he broke down the Noah's Ark thing in like 2 minutes. He like broke it all down, like 10 reasons why Noah's Ark is nonsense. And every reason he gave was so valid and so justified. And then after that, I watched another video by an ex-Jehovah's Witness called The Truth Hurts. And his channel was really integral for me deconverting. So he was a Jehovah's Witness, and he started to just completely deconstruct this whole Noah's Ark thing. And it was about a 25-minute long video. So I watched all of that. And after that, I just realized I don't believe this Noah's Ark thing. I think they've taken that from some kind of previous mythology. So with that previous mythology in mind, I started to look at all the other miracles. So Moses splitting the sea, the virgin birth, Jesus feeding the 5,000, Muhammad splitting the moon, you name it, any miracle I could get my hands on, I was trying to look into it. And slowly but surely, one miracle after another, they were being disproven. And I slowly began to...
Fell like dominoes, did they?
Yeah, they felt like dominoes. And then what it was is I started to realize within myself is that I can only look at these things as either metaphors or allegories. There's no way for me to actually believe these things to be true. And then I kind of threw that out there to a Muslim, and I was like, look, you know, we were having a sort of discussion. I was still Muslim then, I was still praying, but I was having serious doubts. But I was still fully practicing. I was waking up and going for Fajr Salah. And I remember making dua to Allah, Ya Allah, you know, make these doubts go away from me. And
would you also read, sorry to cut you, I'm just curious, would you also read the prayer before Fajr, the Hajjat as well, most days?
Not most days, but some days. I would like to do it on a weekend. A weekend was a prime time for me to.
Otherwise, it's such a tough ask. But yeah, kudos.
Yeah. So a weekend. But it was really weird because I got so good at waking up for Fajr Salah that most days I wouldn't even need an alarm. It's like my body would just naturally wake up.
Bloody hell. And then you like believe even more that Islam is in every human's like fitrat, like it's your...
Yeah, it's your fitrat, yeah, exactly. So I started looking at all of these miracles, and I was still quite practicing. And then I threw it out there to a Muslim, and I was like, look, you know, these things, that metaphors and allegories and whatnot. And he was like, no, we have to believe in these things literally. If it's in the Quran and it is part of our deen. I was like, okay. So I just kind of deaded that conversation there, and I just carried on with my own investigation, thinking that maybe, I don't know, maybe some other Muslims might hold a similar view, but evidently not. And then from that, I looked into lots of stuff about Christian theology, because I thought, if I look into Christian theology, Allah can't say that I'm doubting his religion, because I'm only looking at Christianity. So I looked at Christianity very, very deeply.
I love how you're playing Allah as well, though, just to do some research.
Playing him. I was fully playing him, man. Like I was doing straight up Taqiya on Allah.
How are you gonna play Allah?
I was playing him, man. Even though he knows all my thoughts and everything, I was playing him. So
I read that.
I literally, it shows you how dangerous this indoctrination is, that I actually feared my own thoughts. I feared my own thoughts.
You were scared of a thought crime, yeah,
of a thought crime. So I started looking at all this Christian stuff, and I binged watched probably like 50 to 100 videos of why Christians left Christianity, and all the reasons for why they left Christianity. Many of them had parallels with why you could leave Islam for similar reasons. So I started looking at those things, and from that, I eventually plucked up the courage to put into YouTube why I left Islam, and a million and one videos came up. Apostate Prophets videos came up. Your video came up, Nuriyah. I remember watching yours quite early on. Imtiaz, I remember I watched the documentaries that he had done with Vice News and stuff. And many other ex-Muslims, Abdullah Samir, lots of people. So I started watching all of these interviews as to why these people left Islam. And obviously people are giving reasons. So people are saying wife beating, and your video, Nuriyah, where you spoke about your experience in the Middle East and wife beating and stuff like that, pushed me down the pathway of looking into women's rights in Islam. And I spent probably the best part of about 6 weeks researching women's rights in Islam. And, you know, the things that I came across, in terms of
X, I'm so sorry. Just had you ever heard in your entire process of being a Muslim of like disobey or like da'a on a wife? Did you ever know about while you were married or?
So once this Moroccan girl who was probably ex-Muslim but didn't admit it. Oh, sorry, she was Libyan. She probably was ex-Muslim but didn't admit it. She was saying that the Quran tells you can hit your wife, and I was like, what? And I just never really looked into it. Never read into it. And even when I read the Quran in English, I've read the Quran in English several times. I just never spotted those things, because the Quran, when you read it even in English, it's like a book of riddles. It's very incoherent.
Did you read
It's
it in
very
like nice like
disjointed.
English, or did you read it in like Shakespearean English? That was just like so hard.
The first few times I read it was in the Shakespearean English, so it was even more riddle-like. And then I read it in the Muhsin Khan translation and the Sahih
Same.
International translation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were a little bit easier to understand, but again, it was still very incoherent, disjointed, and whatnot. So no, I hadn't heard about these things. So I started looking into all the women's rights stuff, and I was very troubled by the things of like a woman gets half the inheritance of a man, which I already knew, but when looking at it from an objective point of view, I was like, that's totally unfair. And then a woman's testimony being half of a man, and a woman's intellect being deficient, and the whole thing of wife beating, of wadribu hunna, and lots of things. Women are evil omens, and women are the biggest fitna left behind for men, and women, dogs and donkeys break your salah, and women are not allowed to fast without their husband's permission, and women are not allowed to withhold themselves sexually from their husbands, and if they do, the angels curse them. And I could go on and 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 on about the stuff Islam has to do with women. It is so misogynistic, so sexist, so anti-woman. I don't know how any woman could in her right mind follow or believe in this religion. It is like Andrew Tate on steroids time 1 billion. Like, it's insane.
Yes, X, tell them, preach.
No, it really is. And I'm not just saying that as I sit here with you, and I know you're a feminist, and you stand up for the women's rights. I'm not saying that to kind of like just
gas me up. You're saying
gas you up. No, I'm not. I generally took, because I've been raised by a single mother, and I took serious issue with these things about women. And I was like, no, this is so sexist and so misogynistic. But for me, the real one that really, really just griped me was the wife beating, because my mother had suffered domestic violence when I was a child, and I actually had to see a child counselor because of some of the things that I witnessed. And if a book from God could justify beating your wife, I was like, there's just no way it could be from God. Like, how is there any way it could be from God? So the women's rights thing kind of happened. And then I started, because the hadith which talks about the woman who withholds herself from her husband being cursed all night by the angels, there's another narration that says that there are 3 people who Allah will not answer their prayers: the woman who refuses her husband's sexual advances, the drunkard person until they are sober, and the runaway slave until they return to their master. So basically, when I started to look at all this stuff, I then kind of gravitated towards slavery, and I went really, really deep into slavery, and I saw all the stuff where Muhammad blocked people's freedom from slavery, and then Muhammad took 6 slaves and split them up into 3 groups and cast lots, and 2 slaves were set free and 4 of them were kept in servitude. And Muhammad recommended against freeing slaves, and Muhammad instructed people how to beat their slaves. Muhammad instructed people to beat his own slaves. Muhammad swapped 2 black slaves for 1 white or 1 Arab slave. Muhammad had black slaves guarding his quarters. Muhammad had black slaves driving his donkeys and his horses for him. Muhammad favored light-skinned complexion slaves over dark-skinned complexion slaves. And again, I could go on and on and on and on and on about the whole slavery thing. So that was a really big part of it for me, was the whole thing of slavery. And when I started looking at all the hadith, all the Quranic verses, all the statements of the scholars, and then also looking at Islamic history and how the Islamic Arabian slave trade transpired and how Islam gave it validation. And I realized that Islam has justified and perpetuated this kind of these kind of atrocities against people, namely people of Black and African descent. And I was just unable to reconcile that with my personal identity. I was just like, there's just no way that I could ever accept that. I mean, being told that a runaway slave prayers will not be answered, or being told that a runaway slave is a disbeliever for running away. That's what Muhammad said. He said that a runaway slave is a disbeliever for running away. And from that, I kind of gravitated into the subject of racism in Islam, and Muhammad saying that obey the leader, even if he's an Ethiopian with a head shaped like a raisin, and obey the leader even if he's a Black Ethiopian, and other things like all of Adam's Black descendants went to hell and all of his white descendants went to heaven. And I know Muslims will try to explain it all, and there's so many other things. I mean, there's statements of like Qadi Iyad, who is a very famous Islamic scholar, and also a jurist, who stated that whoever claims that Muhammad was Black should be killed. And there's so many things with regards to racism in there. And then Muhammad seeing a Black woman in a dream as a bad omen, and then Muhammad seeing children play, Ethiopian children playing with a Black woman and calling them devils, and so many things with regards to Blackness and racism. And I just said, no, this is not right. And then I got to the big one, and the big one was the whole Aisha Muhammad scandal, and I'd known about it. And as a Muslim, I would just always explain it away and say, oh, girls matured more quicker those days, and that it was a cultural thing, and a lot of those marriages happened to solidify allegiances and treaties and stuff like that. But it's all absolute nonsense. So I really looked deep into the whole thing of Muhammad and Aisha, and then I also came across other very strange behaviors that Muhammad did around children, like seeing an infant crawling and saying, when she grows up I will marry her, and him placing his tongue in his grandson's mouth. I also came across the stuff with regards to him allegedly kissing the penis of his grandson, and some people say he kissed the navel and whatever. But just very strange, inappropriate behaviors around children. But the Aisha thing really did it for me. And then what kind of sealed it was I looked at on wikiislam.net, I looked at the article regarding thighing and how you can thigh a infant child. So a grown man could place his thighs between the legs of a child and sexually gratify himself, and that Shia scholars and Sunni scholars agreed upon this, and they used evidences like Surah Talaq 65 and 4, and Surah Ahzab 33:49, and then also the tafsirs of like Mawdudi and Ibn Abbas and Ibn Kathir, who talk about you can consummate with children that have young girls who have not menstruated or finished puberty, or even they haven't even reached puberty, or they may have reached puberty but they haven't menstruated, which is kind of weird because that usually doesn't happen. Usually puberty and menstruation happens around about the same time. So I just got really deep into that, and then I just realized that Muhammad is not Insanul Kamil, which is the best of human beings. He's not Uswatul Hasana, he's not the best example, and he's not Khatamun Nabuwah, he's not the seal of the prophets. He's something far from that. and he was a slave owner. He was somebody who engaged in sexual intercourse with children. He was somebody who held racist views. He was somebody who held sexist and misogynistic views. He was somebody who was intolerant of other religions. He was somebody who was intolerant of people of other sexual orientations. He also, it would seem that he suffered from some kind of epilepsy or schizophrenia. He also was a bandit, somebody, as a warlord, could also be regarded as a thief. He tortured people for their goods, burnt them with flames and all this kind of stuff. It was just an absolute whirlwind of information and emotions that hit me at that time. And yeah, it hit me so hard. It was like I went for a breakup. It's like I broke up with a long time partner or girlfriend, and I was heartbroken. I literally was heartbroken, and I felt like a sickness in the pit of my stomach. And yeah, it was horrible. Yeah, somebody just said here he also hates black dogs. That was also something else that I looked at, was the animal rights, and how he was like slaughtering all these dogs and killing all these black dogs and all that stuff. And I just thought, dogs are just so lovable and harmless. There's just no way I could never kill a dog unless the dog was attacking me and killing me, and I had to kill it to preserve my own life. There's just no way. And he was like instructing that thousands of dogs be murdered in a whole day.
When you've got a problem with dogs, like, even to the point where like Gabriel didn't come to his house to give him like revelation because there was a puppy under his bed, like a stray puppy. And then he was like, oh, if there's any images or dogs in your house, the angels won't come. And that's exactly why like Muslim countries all over the world have like this like vehement like disgust for dogs, whereas they give cats all of this love and respect, and they take them in and they feed them. But dogs, they're not. Like, for example, when the Taliban took over Afghanistan, there were actual organizations that once the people were out, they were like, can we get like as many dogs out, because we know what they're going to do to them as well.
Yeah. There was people, because when the Taliban were not in power, dogs actually had rights under the secular democracy, very fragile but secular democracy that was in Afghanistan, mainly in Kabul, in the capital, and Kandahar.
Take that X, and I'll raise you the fact that dogs in Western countries have more rights than Muslim women in Islamic countries.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Honestly, one of the biggest parts of this deconversion for me was the lack of women's rights. I just found it horrendous. I was literally with a friend a few days ago, and he's not Muslim, never has been Muslim, and he was talking to me about this whole thing, and he was just talking to me about some of the reasons why. And I said, look, and I literally just showed him all my notes on women in Islam. And he literally looked at me and he went, this is a proper sexist anti-woman religion, isn't it? And I went, yeah.
Yeah.
I said, yeah. I said, Allah and Muhammad are like Andrew Tate on steroids times 1 billion, like literally. And again, people like Andrew Tate who gravitate towards Islam solely because it props up their misogynistic worldview that they have, and it works in their favor. And during this, I remember when Andrew Tate converted to Islam, and I was going through my deconversion, and all these guys like, oh, mashallah, Andrew Tate has converted to Islam, and and I just remember thinking, like, have you watched the videos where he's beating a woman with a belt and saying to her, show me your bruises, and tell them that daddy whips you? And have you heard the voice notes where he's telling a woman that, so what if I choked you? Or basically insinuating that, oh, when you didn't want it, I wanted it more, and all this and these are the kind of people that these Muslim fanboys are looking up to, like rapists, basically, and sex traffickers. But they will. Well, but the thing, what I want to say with regards to that is the sex slavery thing. Also, that was humongous for me when I actually looked at what it was, because I remember even as a committed jihadi, seeing what was happening with the schoolgirls in Nigeria and with the Yazidis in Syria and Iraq, and just thinking that is so wrong. That is so wrong. Like, that should never happen. But then when you actually look in Islamic history and you look at the life of Muhammad and you look at the Quran, this is all mandated and this is all allowed. You are allowed to attack the enemy, capture their women, and keep them for yourself. It's what your right hand possesses. I've forgotten the Arabic term for it now. Ayman, or Malakat Aymanahum or something like that. But basically, what your right hand possesses. And I was like, how could God ever want to sanction this? And you know what I actually did during this deconversion is before I even went deep into all of the ex-Muslim content, I actually went onto Islam Q&A, and I went onto a few other Islamic websites where they kind of
been there, done that, bought the t-shirt as well.
Yeah, so I looked on all of those with regards to all these issues, and none of the answers were sufficient. Then I went on YouTube and I looked up all the major sheikhs that I would listen to at that time. So Bilal Phillips, Asim al-Hakim, there's a guy in America called Mufti Muhammad Munir, Mufti Menk, you name all the big guys' names. Basically, I was looking at all of them. And
you were into heretical Mufti Menk?
I was not really into Mufti Menk. I thought Mufti Menk was a bit of a munafiq because
bit too munafiq for you. I thought so.
Yeah, he was a bit, but I gave him a little pass because I wasn't a hardcore takfiri, so I didn't go around saying, "Oh, you're a kafir, you're a kafir, you're a kafir." But I said that he has some nifaq in him, because when Charlie Hebdo happened, he said, look, we have to understand that in those countries, those people have freedom of speech. And I was like, so you're saying they've got the freedom of speech to insult our prophet, you know? But lo and behold,
they do, darling. I'm afraid they do.
Thankfully they do. So yeah, that is basically how the deconversion went down. And then post deconversion, I went through a very tough period of time where I felt quite suicidal. I couldn't really see any way out of this. I also came to the realization it was very likely that I would lose the life that I was living, my family, also potentially, my children and stuff like this. And it really started to kind of dawn on me that I'm certainly not a Muslim anymore. I don't believe in this ideology, but I still have to keep up this ruse. So I kept it up for a very long time. And then after a number of months, probably about 6 months, I told all of my non-Muslim family and friends. And then I told all of my Muslim family, but I haven't told any of my Muslim friends yet, because of the potential for danger it may pose, and just because of it could have ramifications on my finances. So right now I'm just treading very carefully with that. But ultimately I will eventually have to just come out with it. I'm not the type of person who can just sit back silently and just, kind of hold something in. I only managed to do it for 6 months. And after that I was like, whoa. And I remember a lot of my kind of like non-Muslim friends and stuff that I would see, and a couple of the ex-Muslim guys that I knew, anytime I would see them, we would just talk in depth about the religion, like over and over and over and over. We were just talking depth about it, and I just couldn't let it go because of how hurt I was by it. As I said, it was like going through a breakup, and then, as I said, I started to feel quite suicidal. But then, gratefully, I just kind of eventually I saw the light in at the end of the tunnel, and I realized that this will all pass and you'll start to feel better and things will get better. And one of my ways to do that is I jumped onto Reddit, and a lot of the people in the ex-Muslim community talk a lot about Reddit, And I jumped on there and I just started sharing my story, sharing some of my experiences, sharing, you know, a few thoughts with people and getting people's advice on that. And on that note, I'd just like to quickly ask you a question, if possible. So with the Eid that just passed, I was actually invited to my Muslim family's house for Eid. So, you know, all the family were there. Now, only the immediate family know about my apostasy, but I was invited round on Eid day, or should I say Pakistani Eid day, because the Pakistanis always like to do it on the second day.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. They don't follow Saudi. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
so I call that Pakistani Eid.
Yeah,
So
touche.
yes, so they invited me round, and I didn't end up going, but I did think, is this an opportunity for me to maybe normalize my apostasy? Because I will say, you know, credit to my Muslim family. Everybody has been mad respectful and understanding and cool, although they don't agree with it and they have taken issue with it. But nobody has been angry at me, aggressive, problematic. I've not had any kind of issues with regards to my Muslim family like that. But do you think there's any possibility that in the future it may be something where Muslims, like ex-Muslims like myself and yourself, would be able to normalize our relationships with our Muslim family to the point where they would fully just accept that we just don't believe in Islam, but we are still good people and we're willing to respect their boundaries so long as they respect our boundaries?
Yeah, I genuinely am an optimist. So I do think that that's the direction the world is going, especially because I've got younger siblings, and my youngest sibling is like Gen Z, and they just have a completely different way of thinking. So I mean, no matter even how much my parents tried to like give her the same like Islamic upbringing as they did us, I feel like a lot of it was put on me, and then as you know, the rest of my siblings came, it just got less and less serious. And now my youngest sister, she is, you know, she inherently stands up to things that are very much anti-Islamic, but she's still within the fold of Islam. But thankfully, my own experience is that my parents are they were like born and brought up here. They were like educated. They, you know, they're willing to tolerate somebody like me. For example, this chat that I was having with you, I told you like I had to come back home to do it. They were telling me
Yeah.
to stay at their house and just like do it there. But I was like, you can't overhear what I'm about to say and the things I'm about to say against your religion.
I've got an ex-Salafi jihadist on the other side of the line, and this is about to get very spicy very quickly.
Exactly. Like honestly, I told them like the conversation I was about to have with you, and like I said, it coincided with my mom's radicalization course, and I was like, well, I'll tell you what I learned today, Mom. Maybe that could help you. But I do genuinely like every single person that comes with, you know, like how do we go about this? I feel like I come from a very, very privileged situation where what my parents kept saying to me, I just used it against them, you know, like, oh, be educated and like think for yourself and don't be afraid to ask questions. So that's kind of like my defense mechanism. If they come at me, I'm like, well, I'm just a product of what you told me to be, you know, be curious, be inquisitive, don't take
Yes,
everything
yeah.
at face value. But when it comes to like actually saying it how it is, I act like everything's well, like and dandy at home, but it's only literally my parents and my immediate siblings that know of my position and even what I do on YouTube. The rest of my family are blocked from social media or have no idea that I speak, and I'm not even ready to tell them. So yeah, I get that you're deliberating, and I definitely would say like don't rush it.
No,
And
no.
I think the best thing is I've always like lent on one person that I know definitely I can trust within that circle, and then I'd kind of just like tell them or like bring it up in conversation, because a lot of the times, honestly, where we live, the Muslims that we encounter or happen to be our family, I mean, your story might be a bit different because, you know, some of your marriages have had like you've got in-laws in in high places, let's say, Islamically, to put it lightly. But most of them already, like, just by living here, by virtue of their jobs, if they work for, let's say, the NHS, if they work for most organizations, they know what diversity is, they know what equality is, they know what anti-Semitism is, they know what racism is. They don't even know that Islam is hella anti-Semitic. They don't know that it's, yeah, do you know what I mean?
There's one of the sad things about the sort of anti-Semitism thing is I had a Jewish friend growing up as a kid, and his mother was Jewish, but his father wasn't. But by default in Judaism, if you're born of a Jewish woman, you are Jewish. And he used to like eat bacon and things like this, but he was Jewish. And I remember when I started to get very religious, I remember I found this hadith where it says that the stones will speak and they will say, "Oh, Muslim, come, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him."
God, kill him, yeah.
And I posted
except the one tree, which is the Jewish tree, remember?
the gharqad tree.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So I posted that on Facebook, and this long-time friend of mine saw that, and it was around the time when there was stuff kicking off in Palestine, and I posted that with a video of something going on in Palestine, and he was very upset by it, and he even, you know, went and spoke to his mum about it, and he was like, you know, what's going on, and you know, we sat down and had a conversation about it, and I apologized. I was like, look, I wasn't talking about all Jewish people. I just meant about what was going on in Palestine. And then fast forward, you know, since my deconversion, I've spoke to him, and I apologized to him. I said, I'm so sorry, bro. Like, you know, I've never been anti-Semitic. Even as a Muslim, I remember being once in a restaurant and guys were talking, and one guy was saying, oh, they deserve what they got in the Holocaust. And I was like, no, they didn't. And I was like, do you even know the first thing about the Holocaust or the final solution? And he was like, no. And I was like, well, go and look it up then. Don't turn around and say that people deserve that. I was like, I'd love to see you spend a minute in there. So even then, as much as I was radicalized, I certainly wasn't a complete bigot. But yeah, I apologize to him. But yeah, in terms of where I'm at now with my theology and whatnot, so all of these things kind of happened for me with Islam, and then I decided that one day I said I'm not going to be Muslim for one day. I saw that Imtiaz Shams kind of gave this example, and he said, just don't be Muslim for one day. So for one day, I didn't pray, I didn't go to the mosque. And I didn't eat halal for that one day. I just, you know, I went and picked up the normal non-halal food and whatnot. And I felt great. I felt liberated. I felt free. And from that day, I just decided, well, I'm not going to be Muslim tomorrow either. And I'm not going to be Muslim after that. And I'm not going to be Muslim after that. And then I was still kind of hooked on the idea of I believe in God, but not in religion. And that lasted for a few weeks. And then I started to look into deism, and I thought of potentially being a kind of deist where there was a God who didn't interfere or, you know, involve itself with its creation. And then I kind of became a sort of agnostic deist. And then I was kind of like more agnostic, and this was all in the space of probably like a month. And then I thought, you know what, no, I'm really going to look into atheism and the arguments that atheism presents. Bearing in mind, being an atheist to me, a zindiq, an atheist is called a zindiq or a heretic. So I started to look into atheism, and it really, really made sense to me, and it never had before. Because all I would say was, well, where do we come from and who created us? By default, God did it. That means God is real. There you go. Done. Atheism finished. And for me, that just wasn't it this time. And I really looked at atheism, and I started looking at, I watched a lot of Richard Dawkins, a lot of Christopher Hitchens, a lot of Dan Barker, Penn Jillette, lots and lots of people who talk about atheism. And the arguments that they presented were just massive for me. And I think the main point for me with my atheism was that morally, I could just see that religions were so flawed. And then when I started looking at statistics regarding, like, for example, 21,000 children die every minute around the globe from preventable causes. And I just thought, well, if there is a God, and at this point I was kind of still on that deist sort of pantheist flex. I was like, maybe there's a pantheist kind of God that's kind of inside everything, or deist kind of God. And then I thought, well, if there is, either that God is unaware that we exist, or it doesn't care about us, or it is unable to affect any kind of change in our lives and help us, and it simply sits back and watch all of our suffering. Then I started looking at the issue of suffering, the issue of evil, the issue of multiplicity. Then I started looking at, obviously, omnipotence, omniscience, omnibenevolence, and omnipresence. And I realized that if there is a God that is omnipotent, meaning all powerful, omniscient, meaning all knowledgeable, omnipresent, meaning all present, and omnibenevolent, meaning all good, none of these things that we see in our day-to-day lives now, the suffering and the pain and the evil and the wickedness that is in the world, none of those things would exist. And the argument of free will and God allowing these things to happen is absolute garbage. And as Tracy Harris said, the difference between me and your God is, if I saw a child being raped, I'd stop that rapist. Your God simply says, you rape that child, I'm going to close the door, but I'm going to catch you on the rebound later on. And I simply couldn't do that. And from that day, I became an atheist. And I've now been an atheist for probably about, maybe about 6 months now. So I'm quite new to atheism.
Wow, that's crazy, because it's just wild to me still how like recent your entire journey is. Like, you just kind of, throwing in the towel with Islam for real, and then like going from like deism, agnosticism, and then hearing the arguments for atheism and being like, no, this is actually where I feel like my position makes sense. Because you're very, very much new to this. I mean, people were like, wow, so recent, even in terms of like how recently you've just left Islam.
It's very fresh, very new.
Very fresh. So I mean, this it goes differently for everybody in terms of the whatever mic drop moments or whatever moments of epiphany, and then kind of getting back on your feet. I literally describe it as like the carpet being pulled from under your rug, and you wake up like, I almost say like, a newborn baby, as if you have just touched the black stone of the Kaaba at Hajj or something, and you're like that pure again. It's like, it's literally like, what do I stand for? What are my beliefs? Like, what's my moral compass? All of these things you have to kind of decide for yourself. And I had like a mini existential crisis as well. And I just think it's part and parcel of like the deconversion process, no matter how it looks like for people. But even as Prince was saying, like, yeah, deism does make more sense than theism. I thought about all those things as well. And like, it makes sense why people would fall back into certain religions. The thing with being on the cusp at that moment is to either think, I don't know about you, X. My rationale was that I've been fooled so badly once that
I'm never getting fooled again.
Exactly.
Yeah. Fool me
like
once, you won't fool me twice.
Yeah, exactly. The saying that Bush messed up, But yeah, it was like, if I go back to Christianity or Judaism, it's still believing in half the same crap that Islam kind of brings with it. So it was a no-go for me at all. But no,
I think one of the most beautiful things for me was I started viewing people as people. And I hear a lot of ex-Muslims talk about this, but I no longer looked as non-believers, as kuffar, or I would see somebody who was Sikh and say, oh, there's a Sikh guy, or there's a Hindu, or there's a Christian, or there's a gay person. I always held very I don't want to say homophobic, because I never had an irrational fear of gay people. But for terminology use, I held quite homophobic, anti-gay kind of sentiments. But strangely enough, a number of years ago, a gay Muslim actually came out to me. I don't know why. I was still a Muslim then, very much practicing, but I was a lot more mellow and chill, but still held most of the same values. And he came out to me and told me about being gay. And I wasn't angry. I wasn't aggressive. I gave him really good advice. And I just said to him, look, bro, you know, Allah has forbidden that. And you need to try your best to avoid that, and to continue try and draw close to Allah. And maybe this is a test from Allah for you in this life, and in the akhirah, you know, you'll be rewarded. And we now understand that in Allah's heaven, you get pretty young boys like pearls. So, yeah, you know, kind of weird.
Yeah, exactly. Did you say to him, bro, Allah made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve?
No, I didn't say anything that ignorant. We had a really good conversation, and then the strange thing was, I remember saying to somebody afterwards, I was like, "Oh, I had this conversation with a gay Muslim guy, and they were just shocked, like, whoa, you, like, bro, you was really extreme, and for you to have that conversation, you know, you must have been very mature about it."
It's your humanity. You always had it. I could sense your cognitive dissonance, just like, you know, like those two jinns, one in your head and one in your heart. That was you.
Yeah, most definitely. And that was the thing is, now I see myself as politically secular. As I said to you in the email, I'm politically secular, morally humanist, theologically atheist, and philosophically agnostic. I'm not going to say that I have definitive proof that there isn't a God. I think the existence of a God is very unlikely. I think that as humans, we have this one life. We need to share it with people in the best way we possibly can. And even little things that I noticed, like, you know, when I would just like be walking down the street and I would see people and I would just smile at them, and just seeing us connecting on a human level, no more of this us and them and this dichotomy of Muslims and non-believers and all this. It was just simply, you know, we are all one in this life. Your race doesn't matter, your religion doesn't matter, your sexual orientation to me doesn't matter. Like, those things are irrelevant to me. And ironically, throughout this whole process, as I started to experience some of those that existential crisis, and I was suffering with some of the mental health issues and suicidal thoughts, I spoke to a doctor, and the doctor was actually gay. And the doctor actually explained to me, I would have never guessed he was gay, but he explained to me that he was gay, and that he had to hide that from his family for 14 years. And I remember sitting there and thinking, like, you had to be in the closet for 14 years, you know, and now as an ex-Muslim, I'm kind of in the closet too. So I saw a lot of parallels between ex-Muslims and people from the gay, lesbian community being in the closet to their families, which was quite surreal, because I really didn't like gays and lesbians. But thankfully, I just don't hold those values anymore. I'm here to try and spread good, positive vibes, be good to others, and humanism is my way forward. And I'm grateful enough to be sitting right here with the holy humanist herself, and it's honestly, it's a pleasure. It truly is a pleasure, and I'm very excited for what the future holds for me right now. You know, I think time will only tell.
That is incredible. That warms my heart. Like, knowing, like, yes, I read your story in an email, but hearing it like from your voice, like the words coming out of your mouth, the way you're putting it together, the way you think now, and the way you're excited, like, this is probably one of the best interviews I've ever done, just in terms of like how wholesome your entire story was, in terms of like your outlook now and how far you've come. It's just incredible. But speaking of X, what are you going to say to somebody like this who says, leave Islam, you murtad? Sorry. Yeah. Leave Islam, you murtad. You will burn in hell eternally. You will regret your choice when you're dead, you hero. Laugh now. You won't be laughing in the grave, you kafir.
Okay. Well, I've already left Islam. So but I am most definitely a murtad. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Will I burn in hell for eternity? No, hell doesn't exist. It's not a real place. Jahannam, it was simply a figment of Muhammad's imagination, and many other delusional self-proclaimed prophets prior to him, namely Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and all the other guys. And laugh now, you won't be laughing in the grave. No, I won't be laughing in the grave, because my flesh will begin to decay once I reach the soil, and I will rot away, and there'll be nothing left of me except the memories and the legacy that I leave in this life here on earth. So the most important thing is that I continue to spread my story, so other people don't get brainwashed like you, bro. And you know what? I genuinely wish you all the best. I was like you once. I would call people murtads and kafirs and zanadiqa, and I would wish death upon people, and I would say fi Jahannam khalidina abadan, that you will be in hell forever. And I was a very hateful person, and it costs a lot to hate. It really does cost a lot to hate. And it doesn't cost very much to love and to not hate. But I don't hate you, brother. If you're still here listening, I don't hate you. I hope that you will wake up and see that we have been duped by a 7th century man who was a man of his time. He was somebody who was suffering with mental illnesses. He created a small cult in the desert of Saudi Arabia, and it happened to spread the world over, and now it's become a world religion of 1.8 billion people. And here you are wishing the worst upon me. But I don't wish the worst upon you. I could do, but I really don't, because I feel that as time goes on, it's going to be 1.8 billion ex-Muslims. Inshallah.
Inshallah science. Yes, for sure.
Inshallah science. Yeah. Inshallah science. Yeah.
I think that's another one of, Horace's golden nuggets.
Yes, yes.
Okay, X, I am going to eventually let you get to bed. I just want to ask you, so we've covered everything in this, and you're more than welcome. This channel is just as much yours. Whenever you want to jump on and talk about, a certain topic, you're more than welcome to. But I have to get your opinion on Shamima Begum. Okay, just given the context of everything that's happened, your story, in light of everything the thoughts, the feelings, everything connected to this, do you have a different perspective that you could offer us?
I do. Most certainly I do.
Okay, please go ahead. I'm going to put you in the spotlight, if you don't mind.
Okay. No problem. So in terms of Shamima Begum, what we have to understand firstly about Shamima Begum is she was a child. She was 15. I was an adult. Although I was under heavy indoctrination, the choices that I made were made by an adult. Shamima Begum was 15 years old. She was a child. She was religiously groomed and also sexually groomed. She was taken out there for the sole purpose of being a child bride at the age of 15 to a man, I think it was around about 9 years her senior. I personally would like to see Shamima Begum back in the United Kingdom. I would like to see her at the forefront of de-radicalization. I think she would be a great example of how people can go so far and come back. Shamima Begum may not be innocent of a crime. So if she has committed a crime and it can be proven that she's committed a crime, then she should serve her time in prison, as any other criminal should. And then hopefully she can work towards getting her life back on track. I know it's not as simple as letting her back into the country, but the reality of Shamima Begum returning to the United Kingdom and being a threat to national security is very unlikely. There are nonsense reports that she was trained in how to build suicide belts and all this kind of rubbish. And honestly, I'm telling you, as a former jihadi, that is very unlikely that they had a 15-year-old girl building suicide belts. Very unlikely. It may have happened, but very unlikely. And I don't think in Shamima's case it did. So I think Shamima should be afforded the opportunity to come back, to stand before the court of law, to argue her case. I think she could be a great example for de-radicalization. She would obviously have to be monitored very stringently and make sure that she is not a risk to the wider society. And another reason why is there was another woman who traveled to Syria with her child, and she was 24 at the time, if I remember rightly. Her name is Tarina Shakil. And she traveled there with her child. She spent about 3-4 weeks in Syria, I think. She ended up marrying a jihadi very briefly, and then she escaped Syria with her child and fled to Turkey and then made it back to the UK. And she was sentenced, I think, to 6 years in prison. She's now free from prison. She lives back out in the community. She's even been given her passport back. And as far as I know, she's not under any, I know she has some probation, but she doesn't have any kind of like terrorism prevention investigation measures against her. So if she can be brought back, I believe that Shamima can also be brought back. Yes, Shamima spent considerably more time there than her, but she was a child, and we don't know whether there were means for her to escape. I know in her interview, she also didn't show much remorse with regards to the attacks and what happened to their victims, but she's been in a war zone where there's been rockets dropped on her head every day. She's had 3 children die on her. And to be quite frank with you, had I been in the position of Shamima Begum, and I now fought for, you know, that I now came to these conclusions that I have, and I wanted to leave Syria, now I would hope and pray that my country of origin would give me an opportunity to come back. Now, Shamima, people say, oh, she's not British, she's Bengali. She's been here her whole life. She knows no other country. And I think we've gone past the stages of Britishness being defined by the complexion of your skin. And if it is, then we still live in a very bigoted country. So I would like to see Shamima back in the UK, but whether or not that happens, I don't know. But I just think, you know, it would set a precedent that other jihadis may want to return to, and we could have a whole another issue there with jihadis returning. So we need to tread very carefully, and I think we need to treat every case with its individual merit. And I think somebody like Shamima should be allowed back in the country, but maybe somebody like Jihadi Jack, for example, Google him, Jihadi Jack. I don't think personally he should be allowed back in the country, because he went as a young man, joined ISIS, fought for them, knew all about all the crimes they were committing, continued to stay with them all the way up until their caliphate crumbled and he was captured by Kurdish forces. So for that reason, I don't think he should be brought back to the UK. But we do have an issue in terms of leaving people in these refugee camps for years on end. It could foment a further terrorist problem. So I think the governments that are able to bring their people back, that we've seen like Canada, for example, bring them back, put them on trial, put them under certain measures, try to de-radicalize them, and see where we go from there, as long as the public are not put at risk. X can be a good source for the special branch in Britain to leak out terrorist cells. Well, potentially, but I think I'm already, I think my story is already out there. So I think if they ever, if they ever got wind of it, I think they'd be very, very aware of who I am.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. No. We and I think we've done well to shed light on everything without giving away too much today. It would be great if she became ex-Muslim. Yeah. I just think there's potentially a long way to go.
I think there is. very big potential for it. Sorry, quickly, there was another woman who actually went. Her husband was one of the big ISIS ideologues. Her name is Tanya Joya. I don't know if you've seen her, Tanya Joya. So
Yes,
she
her
was,
name rings a bell.
yeah. So she's British, but she now resides in America, and she's ex-Muslim as well. And her husband, John Georgelis, was a Greek convert to Islam, and he became one of the major ideologues for ISIS. And he even was ready. He was so radical. He was even ready to stage a coup d'état against Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi if he didn't proclaim the caliphate in Syria and Iraq. So he was very influential, and his wife now is an ex-Muslim, and she's Bengali also, like Shamima. So maybe there's hope.
Yeah, look, yeah, it would be great, Tanki, but I agree with this comment a bit as well. Like, unlikely true. I think she doesn't really regret her time with ISIS. So this is kind of like just the major issue. Oh yeah, and Dee saying, I remember Tanya. She has done interviews, and yeah, Shakil was saying that other lady that you mentioned, who was Shamima's friend, she got sentenced like 7 years ago. But yeah, just this thing with Shamima and like. Again, it's just the first time she presented herself to the British public. I guess my opinion was a bit different then as well. And I wasn't as informed about, like, you know, her actual story and what, like, the most recent podcast sheds a lot. There was, I think, a podcast that she did, then also a documentary. The documentary showed that she basically was saying, I went along with this because my friends were going through something and I thought was a good idea and I just wanted to be with them. And there's literally her saying verbatim that I didn't even like fully believe in the merits of it, but I just went along with it. So according to like the actual tenets of Islam, whether she genuinely believes, I am not sure. But like conversely, exactly what you're saying, Tanki, for me, if I, like, science forbid, ever did something like that and I had to kind of, you know, I had my chance to come back home and tell people that I'm really, like, you know, I'm apologetic for my actions, even my lawyer should at least tell me to, like, act a little bit more remorseful. Yes, there are stories that come out that said she facilitated, as X was saying, like, you know, helping making bomb belts or bomb vests, or facilitating even, like, you know, sex slaves, or like Yazidi women being made to be sex slaves of ISIS men. So there's a lot of charges that she's also like affiliated with and stuff. But by and large, I think with somebody like Shamima, there is you cannot, as X was saying, you cannot discount the elements of grooming and the elements of just all of these things that are at play within the UK society that I think we need to talk about more as a society, in terms of like the identity crisis that people feel from, let's say, the subcontinent or various parts of the world. If, you know, you're trying to reconcile being British, but also having this conservative Muslim ideology and trying to like stay true to your roots, it really put like the push and pull factors are very strong. And again, if you're yeah, and then it's the company that you keep. So yeah, if your friends are a certain way inclined, you're going to be more likely to be that way inclined. And obviously Shamima was you know, a victim and, you know, a party to all of that. But yes, there are probably some unspeakable things that she has done while being an ISIS bride, and there are probably things that we will never know about and things that she will never openly declare. And, you know, there's so many question marks around like her children and what her and her husband's behavior were when their child was like dying of hunger. But honestly, genuinely speaking, I've changed my position on this. I do think it is completely contrary to international human rights law to make somebody an alien. She has, as you said, no time. That's like you being sent back to like where your mom or dad, you know, were ethnically from, or like me being sent back to Pakistan, even though I've never lived there. I don't hold a passport. I have no connections. I'd be like a fish out of water. But for a country to disown you like that, it is against human rights. And I think no matter what she's done, even if you want to charge her with, you know, treason, go ahead, but charge her in the UK courts and hold her accountable according to the UK judiciary, and penalize her to the full extent of the law, but do it in the country that she's recognized in. Do you know what I mean? That's her actual country for all intents and purposes. It's created like a hierarchy of citizens.
That's the thing, is they kind of just want to offload the problem onto other people. But as I said, if they leave all of these foreign people in these refugee camps, it could foment a serious terrorism problem in that region even more. And we've even seen that there's been uprisings in the camps. One thing I will say about Shamima is that, you know, she was also attacked by other jihadi brides in the refugee camps. Her tent was set on fire several times. They've declared her as an apostate. So I think with Shamima, I think, again, the merit of her case is very different to others. Personally, I don't think we should be accepting back any men. I don't think any men should be accepted back.
That's interesting. That even if they were left at the same age as Shamima.
I personally would not. This stuff about Shamima facilitating sex slaves and suicide vests and belts and this. Honestly, from my experience as a jihadi for a very long time, it's very unlikely those things happen with regards to Shamima. I know that she sometimes seems a bit evasive and not quite being forthcoming in what she's telling us, but that just seems extremely far-fetched. Now, with regards to a male, that doesn't seem far-fetched at all. There are many males out there who would have encountered those things in Syria and Iraq, and it was the norm, as I said to you. Like,
but also, sorry, just to push back, do you not think, because there were times in the documentary where she was like, you know, they were asking her like, well, what do you do all day? Like, you're just cooped up in a room, like literally just waiting. Her husband was gone for months on end fighting. And it's just like, well, and then she was like, no, they put me to work. And you would think like, okay, somebody that's had a little bit of a British education might have a bit more of an elevated standing out there, or, you know, she was probably given something to do at some level, whether
propaganda of some sort,
women or keeping them in check, or
I would say probably English propaganda, maybe on like Twitter or other platforms. She was probably one of those, because there was many females on Twitter who were literally churning out ISIS propaganda every single day, posting their videos, posting their you know, their information and the updates on their attacks and their all that stuff. So she was probably working within the media sector of ISIS, in the English media sector. In terms of manufacturing bombs and stuff like that, I find it very unlikely that would have happened. But she needs to be more frank. She needs to be more forthcoming and less evasive. And if she doesn't, she's going to stand no chance of coming to this country. The best thing she can actually do really is become an ex-Muslim, tell the truth, like I have, and people will just accept her back. I mean, like yourself, you know, we couldn't have had this conversation a number of years ago, and I'm so grateful that, you know, you've accepted me with open arms and allowed me to share my story with the people on your channel, when I was somebody who would have hated you, despised you, and wished nothing but death and destruction upon you just a number of years ago. So her best bet is to tell the truth, see the lies in Islam, and join the movement, man. Join the movement.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? Oh, hell, then we'd actually go mainstream. This movement would finally be brought mainstream.
I know.
At the moment, we're just a little niche on YouTube
We
somewhere.
need a poster girl or poster boy ex-Muslim, don't we? I thought Zayn Malik might do it for us, but he just never really took up the mantle.
He didn't. He was like halfway there and he was just like, yeah, sod it, I'm leaving this, but like, I don't need to advocate against it. Like, let people do their thing. And it's like, say, no, we need you, mate.
We need you, bro. We need you, man. Sing your heart out, man.
Exactly. Yes, sing it. Actually, that would be perfect.
Sing it, man. Sing it, man.
But no, so I think we're kind of on the same page with Shamima, to be honest, in terms of like, yeah, let's just get her out of the camp situation, bring her back. She's had a lot of I mean, regardless, there's been a lot of trauma over the years, and the child losses and just everything she must have seen. But despite all of that, try her to the full extent of the law in the UK is, I guess, what we're kind of both saying. Would you agree?
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's the case. I'm moving forward. For me, I really want to help in the field of de-radicalization. And people like Shamima could be so valuable to de-radicalization, because I do think she is de-radicalized now. And I think persons like herself could really help to show young girls and young men, don't make the mistakes that I made. So I'm hopeful that eventually she will be able to come back. And I think leaving her stateless it's unfair, and I think it's unconstitutional. Yeah, I don't like it.
No, I agree with that. And see, my only qualm with saying that, like, in theory, I trust me, like, you know me as a feminist, I'd be like, yeah, leave the male jihadis behind. But and the same thing that I obviously have to offer the women, it's the same thing for men. Like, what if they've been, fully kind of manipulated emotionally, blackmailed, groomed, or whatever? So we do have the issue, that some male jihadis are also victims. They often have mental health issues, or they're isolated, they're lost. As you said, it could be anything from like a financial issue to a breakup with your supposed like love of your life, to an identity crisis, to coming from a certain socioeconomic background. Let's say anything could steer you into that direction. So should we not like offer that same kind of leniency to everybody then?
For the men, I totally get that. Obviously, there are many factors. It could be a lack of education. It could be a violent or disruptive home. It could be poor career prospects, low financial status, low social status. There are many reasons. But the issue is with the men is that if they have been battle hardened and if they have been military trained, they pose a serious threat to national security, whereas the women most likely haven't been trained to that extent. Most of the men went there with the purpose of fighting. So to some degree, they would have been engaged in some kind of fighting, some kind of military training, and they pose a big risk. We've seen that jihadis who have been in prison for nearly 10 years have left. We saw with Usman Khan on the London Bridge.
And the guy proper faked rehabilitation, right?
Yes, and he's not the only one. And he completely faked it. And then when he got his opportunity, he came out, he built a fake suicide vest, and he went, to an event that was put on for prisoners who had been rehabilitated.
Yeah, mate, exactly.
So and now he has been in prison for 10 years. He wasn't even in the battlefield. Imagine being in the battlefield for 10 years, and then or for 5 years or for 3 years, and then coming back to United Kingdom and being surrounded by all these people who you've been told are your enemy for all these years, and then trying to adjust to that. You've seen it with Al-Qaeda. Many of the people who joined Al-Qaeda, they got captured in Guantanamo Bay. They went back to Saudi Arabia. They lived normally in Saudi Arabia, went through full de-radicalization programs in Saudi Arabia. And then a number of years later, they escaped Saudi Arabia and fled to Yemen and joined the Al-Qaeda branch in Yemen. It was a big scandal in Saudi Arabia. There was like a massive breakout of loads of Saudi radicals who fled to Yemen, and they'd all been on these de-radicalization programs. There was even one where a guy was a failed suicide bomber in Iraq. He'd suffered serious burns in this failed suicide bombing. He came back to Saudi Arabia, went on a de-radicalization program, completely fooled them in the program, and then managed to escape Saudi Arabia, went to Yemen and carried out another suicide bombing and blew himself up there. It doesn't work.
I think you've got a point there. I think there is some merit to that for sure. There's a couple of people agreeing here as well. Shakil says, yeah, it's too dangerous. I think there's a Muslim in the chat, X, because he's saying de-radicalized, laughing my ass off. I was there when you were talking about somebody going to prison, and then he goes, I was in prison for 8 years. You're not wrong, mate. And then he said, the majority of Muslims are kuffar already. This is why Allah will destroy this nation, and only believers will remain soon in the next 100 years.
Yeah, he's a real takfiri jihadi. He's from the firqa of there's called Takfir wal Hijra. He's
yes,
from
yes.
there.
Exactly. Look, where did sex slaves come from? The madness came after the Russians and Americans bombed and raped Syria, as if like it's not there in Islam. And then he says, Nuriyah, I can sort you out, my love, somewhere as well. So yeah, just here.
Yeah, just block
Nuriyah,
this
I'm
guy.
gonna sort you out, my love. Okay, no,
You
you're
won't
really
be listen to me, my friend. You won't be sorting anything out, brother. I'll make that very clear to you. You won't be sorting anything out, mate. You think you think this is a place for you to spew your hatred. We're just not going to tolerate you. So jog on, mate, and enjoy the rest of your morning.
yeah, literal four lion stuff. That's like
He is proper for lion stuff. Yeah, man. Real stuff. I feel like I need to watch that movie again now.
You really do. You probably see it in a whole different light after
Oh
this
my
chat.
gosh, I certainly will. I certainly will see it in a whole different light now.
But X, it has been an absolute pleasure. I could sit here and I think I could go another good 4.5 hours, I reckon, and pick your brain. I have tried to steer well clear of like the deeper issues and kind of just superficially tick all the things that I kind of wanted to cover with you today. So if you're up for it, I'm definitely down for like round 2. If you are up for it. Yeah.
Yes, definitely,
I'm sure my viewers are going to be like so down for it because they've been here for 4.5 hours. It's normally like a 90-minute live stream. Guys, give us a 1 if you would like X to come back again, and a 0 if no, that was enough. A watch along with you guys would be amazing. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to do this stuff. Give us ideas, and we'll see what we can do. But anyway, to round this up, we're going to let X go. It's very late here in the UK. I just want to say thank you so much for being here. Oh, we got like a bunch of ones coming through. But yeah, X, I'd like to get your final thoughts. I mean, whatever you'd like to say, whether it's about your story or a message you'd like to give to people, or kind of just let off whatever you'd like to, and just your closing remarks if you.
Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank you, Nuriyah, for this opportunity to share my story. I'd like to thank everybody who locked in and listened to the story. I hope that anybody who is thinking about delving into Islamic radicalism thinks very long and hard and takes lessons from my story. I also hope that people who are maybe on the fence with regards to Islam will take a deeper look into the religion. And should they not even wish to leave Islam, but just take a look at the religion and understand it with a clearer view that this is not something that is compatible or palatable with our modern life that we live now. And you know, I'm grateful to the ex-Muslim community, especially the people online who have you know, gone to the efforts of making videos and doing interviews like this and all these sorts of content that really helped me in my deconversion and really helped me to reach this point. And you yourself were a massive influence on my decision. As I said to you, the slavery video, the satanic verses video, the stuff about women's rights, it really opened up my eyes to what Islam was about. So I'm hopeful moving forward in the future that, you know, I can continue to contribute to the work that yourself and other people do. And I'm just sending everyone peace, love, and blessings.
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful. Thank you, X. Even Tooth Fairy is saying thanks, X.
Thanks,
it was
Tooth
so
Fairy.
interesting. So glad you're out of the religion. We've got so many ones. I'm sure you're going to watch this back, and hopefully, like, I'm sure this video is going to be a hit. Like X, we've gone for 4 hours, and you've honestly offloaded so many truth bombs on us tonight. But yeah, Shaquille saying love my guy. Zahra and Shia saying thank you so much. So yeah, thank you again, X.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, you're very loved.
I certainly didn't think we'd be going for 4.5 hours. But you know what? It's flown by. It's been such a pleasure. And I look forward to our next conversation. And keep up the good fight, Nuriyah. Keep up the good fight.
Thank you so much. And let's talk again. I will email you. But
Brilliant.
yeah, it's been a pleasure. And final thing, guys, if you want to follow X or you want to reach out to X, where can they contact you?
So you can find me on Twitter. It's X Revert to Islam _. So it's literally my name without the hyphen. So it's X Revert to Islam _. And then you can also find me on Reddit at X Revert to Islam. And hopefully in the future the channel and stuff will come like that. And maybe we could collaborate on some content together, Nuriyah.
Yeah, for sure. I would absolutely love that. But yeah, I have put X's Twitter handle there. Sorry, I didn't write Twitter next to it, but it's there. John or somebody, if you could just post that. And then the Reddit link I will also post in the description, along with the books that X mentioned earlier. And I just want to say, Siraj Kamal, you're still watching. I saw your super chat. Thank you so much. You were grateful for this conversation and you're going to listen to it back. And Usman Ayub, I forgot to flag your super chat as well. He said, this was such an important conversation. Thank you so much. So thank you, Usman, for your support and thank you for stopping by. But yeah, guys, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Let's see X back here again, or X do his own thing, or us collab and whatever. Basically, X, what I'm trying to say is it's an absolute pleasure to have you on our side, on the right side of history. And yeah, welcome to the movement. It's honestly just even this conversation today, I'm a bit shook. I don't think I get much from it. So I'm just going to go and process. But I would absolutely love to talk to you again. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. This was an immensely brave step that you took. And yeah, mad respect.
Thank you very much, Nuriyah. I really appreciate it. I wanted to say one last thing is I used to give my my zakat and my fitrana to the Muslim causes, but this year I'll be giving them to the ex-Muslim causes. So look out for a little donation from me, yeah?
Oh, that's very sweet. It's not going to Islam or Peace TV this year then?
No, it's not. It's going to Holy Humanists and all the rest of the gang.
Oh, that's very sweet. No, we appreciate all the support. Obviously, guys, only if you're, financially able. Otherwise, literally just liking this stream, plaster it on Twitter, plaster it on Facebook. Let them hear what X had to say tonight. Let them hear the mindset, the way that somebody can completely change their way of thinking. And yeah, let's make loads more X's out there.
Most definitely, yes.
But yeah, thank you guys. I love my YouTube family. You are the cutest. Your support means everything. Prince Tyler X has also followed you. He's a legend. I collab with him all the time. He's going to message you and I think he'd ask you to come on his channel as well. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. Yeah?
Yeah, I've seen Prince Tyler X on YouTube. So yeah, I'm quite flattered to get a follow from him, yes.
Oh, awesome. See, we're spreading so many connections, networking, and love. I love this. All right, guys, peace out from the UK. I really got to go to bed. I love you all. And until next time, bye, X. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Nuriyah. Take care. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.